should I start in French? French, maybe? Bonjour et bienvenue à l'étape européenne de ce WR Women's Chess Tour. Je m'appelle Fiona Stein-Anthony, je suis contente d'être votre hôte aujourd'hui. Donc voici, on est au début du tournoi rapide, les parties vont bientôt commencer. And now in English, welcome everyone to this European leg of the WR Women's Chess Tour. This is the fourth and final of the 4 legs we had throughout the year. We are delighted to be here in Tropez at the vignoble Tropez. The rapid portion is about to begin, and to make the ceremonial first move on the board between Bibisara Ausarbayeva and Elisabeth Paetz, I'm delighted to welcome Paul Maya-Dunke, the president of the German Chess Federation. Paul, thank you.
Nice to see you. Hello.
Take it away.
Over there, right?
Yep. Et juste pour les spectateurs, un rappel que les téléphones doivent être en mode avion, s'il vous plaît. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. So it's time for game number 1. Please start us.
Okay. Hello everyone, this is Mitra Ejazipur, Woman Grandmaster. Welcome to the live coverage of Women's Chess Tour in Saint-Tropez. We have today only the rapid games. We have 4 games online, and the games are in 15 minutes plus 10, and tomorrow the players will come back to play the Blitz games. As you see already, the games are started. I will go directly to the game of Paetz against Ausarbayeva Bibisara. As you see, it's the Slav variation. We have 8 players. Roberts Elling. She's a bronze medalist in World Women Championships against Mozichuk Maria, Daolite Deimonte. She's a local player, the French player, Basiashvili Nino. We have Paetz against Ausarbayeva, and we have Mozichuk against Konero Hompi. So it's a very strong tournament. We have very good players. It's a knockout tournament, so everyone is trying to win the tournament. As you see, the game goes on. Bishop h5. We have 4 games simultaneously. So Bishop h5 was played here. Here White has Bishop b2 in order to develop her pieces. Black can play Bishop d6 and castle. So the game is going on. I'm going to switch the boards on Roberts Elin against Mozichuk Maria. As we see, the game was in Sicilian variation. Bishop b5 was played. Bishop d7, rook e1 in order to cover the center. c3 to control the d4 square. a6. They exchange the pieces. A couple of trades happened. d4 to control the center. Bishop e4. She took the pawn. It's a very sharp position. Knight bishop g5 was played in order to take f6. She's threatening to take on e4, and bishop c6 was played. So now white has like bishop f6 to create double pawns, or she can wait to play knight bd2 to develop her pieces. As we see, Roberts Ellen, she's prepared well, and she didn't waste even few seconds. So I think Mazicek Maria, she is in her preparation. So it would be a difficult match for Maria. I'm going to look around, switch the games on Deimonte against Basiashvili Nino. Meanwhile, the players are thinking for their plans. This is a queen gambit. Bishop b4 was played. It's my favorite. g3. Nino tried to develop her bishop on the fianchetto. Knight bd7, castle kingside, c6. She's trying to protect very well the center. Queen c2 for the future e4, and also protect the knight on c3. The c4 was played. She saw that a pawn is free here, so she took the pawn. Now white can play e4. This is a very nice game. I'm excited to see who can win this game, because Deimonte, she's a French player, and she is a member of national team, and she will represent France in the Olympiad this year as well. So I'm going to look around a bit. I'm going to switch the board on Pats against Asabaeva. Well, knight fd2 was played here. As we see, the knight on e4 has seized the center square. So knight fd2, she's proposing an exchange on e2 to get rid of the bishops, and also to have a look on the center. After the exchanging the knights, she can try to play e4. I'm going to switch the board on Musicek Anna and Conero Hampi. Well, the game is started in English variation. d4 is a very brave choice. Knight c6. This is the center. Castle kingside, bishop c5. Now d3. Actually, in these kind of positions, somehow white can try to play a3, rook b1, and b4, and black can play a5 in order to avoid b4. Knight b3 was played, attacking to the bishop. e3. She's trying to get rid of the d4 pawn. After this exchange, now white developed her bishop, and she can play d4 to seize the center. Knight g5 in order to take on e3. Bishop c5 is a natural move. b6 to get rid of the knight. Knight h4 in order to counterattack on c6. She tries to protect the c6 knight. Now black has these double pawns, and she has to defend the c6 piece, the c6 knight. I prefer white in this position because she has more space. She can play queen c2, maybe rook f d1, and then maybe try to transfer the knight from f3 to d2 and then e4, and try to attack on the c5 pawn, which is a very weak pawn here. I prefer white here. As we know, Conero has the title of she was the world bliss champion, world rapid champion, and she is very strong in rapid tournaments. So she has a bit upper hand here. And Anna, she's a very experienced player. She has been survived from a lot of times from the Armageddon, and in Norway chess especially. She's very sharp, and she can be very dangerous. But in this position, I prefer white's pieces. So meanwhile, the players are thinking. I will let them to choose to make their decisions. I will switch the board on the game Elin Roberts against Mozichuk Maria. We saw until here, bishop c6 was played. She decided to exchange the pieces and to create the double pawns. d5 was played. Now we see the black pieces are tied up, and she doesn't have much space here. Knight bd2 is a natural move. Wow, e5. Now she got a bit more space and she can develop the bishop from e7. She can play f5, d6, of course. Bishop e6. I think in the future, black is trying to, she will try to go to long castle. That would be more natural. Queen d7, queen h4. Now she's attacking on f6. Bishop e7 was played. Now knight e4. Let's see what happens if we play f5. She can play knight f6, and after this exchange, she can play knight g5 later, and with the rook on the center, and with the king on the center, she would have. I think white will try to attack on the king. Okay, she tried to play a long castle. That's a very good decision to let the pawn on f6 because now the king is secure, and it would be a bit risky if she capture on f6. She will lose the tempo. Let's say knight f6. She can play queen c6. I think that would be the plan. It's a very sharp position. Computer shows that black has a slightly better, but white has some practical chances to complicate the position. Knight f6 and queen c6. I'm going to switch the board on the game Demonte against Baskiashvili Nino. Wow, here Nino got the advantage from the opening. At least that's what the computer shows. Let's see how this happened. The Queen's Gambit. We saw it until here, and now e4 was played to seize the center. Knight b6 was a strange move. e5. Now she opened the diagonal, and it would be a good square for the knight later to see the d6 square. Knight g5, mating threats. g6 was played. As you see, all the black squares are very weak here. And the knight can see all these weak squares. f5 was played. Now, en passant, we have the e6 pawn, which is an isolated pawn. Knight f6 was obligatory. And of course, white will not trade the pieces to simplify the position. Bishop h6 is a very good move to get rid of the rook. And now that would be natural to bring the rooks to the lines, the open lines. Yeah, rook a d1 was played to protect the d4 pawn. White has very good advantage. With the knight on e4, the knight on c3, she can trade the knights and then bring the other knight, the bishop on h6. So all the pieces are very active. However, the black bishop is trapped here, and she couldn't bring out her bishop yet. Bishop f8 was played in order to get rid of the bishop h6. Bishop g5, that's very natural to avoid, to simplify the position. h4. That's a rule and a general saying that says we should create more weaknesses, two weaknesses at the same time. But, I mean, we have so many weaknesses here. The e6 pawn, the double pawns, the bishop hasn't developed yet. All these squares which are weak. At the same time, Nino is trying to play, maybe after exchanging here, to play h5 to create more weaknesses here. She has very good advantage here. She has very good chances to convert her advantage and to win the game. But it's still it's very soon to judge. Knight bd5 was played. That's natural to bring other pieces to to help and protect the king. Maybe if she would find enough time, she can play b5 before later. But I think the attack on the king side would be very fast. I'm going to switch across. I let the players to think and make their decisions. I'm going to switch on the board. That's against Bibisara. Elizabeth against Bibisara. Well, Elizabeth was bronze medalist in World Blitz Championship, and she will represent Germany in the Olympiad in September. Recently, she had a 5 months little girl, so I think it's the first tournament after Bundesliga. She came here directly. Let's see how we arrived here. After bishop h5, a4 was played in order to open the A line. After b4, knight b1. Okay, we reached this position. They traded some pieces. Now f5 was played. This is a theoretical structure with a5 and d5 in order to protect the e4 square, and she gives up the black squares. Knight e4 was played, and knight bd2. I think she was trying to prepare f3 or f4 to get rid of the e4 pawn. Rook c1 was played in order to play cd5 to bring the rook on c6. Knight e7, king e7, excuse me, to protect the bishop on d6. And now the rooks can see each other. As we see that black is trying to create some games here on the king side, so that was natural to open this line to create some counterplays. Rook c6 was played. Rook c1. Now let's see how black want to progress here. It seems that she has protected enough the pieces here, and maybe she can try to launch an attack here against the king. I'm not sure that practically it's possible. I guess she had the same plan. She evacuated the square of g5 in order to play g5, g4, maybe h5, h and g4. That was the plan. But the computer shows that white has a great advantage. Let's see how she can use this advantage. The bishop on b2 is blocked. The rook on c6 is very active, but I don't see how she can progress with white pieces in this position. Maybe we can try to play f4. f4 here to protect a bit this diagonal. Let's try f4. Oh, that's not a good idea. Hopefully these are not my pieces. And if she play ef3, and then here, or maybe knight f3, and she can preserve the advantage here. But it seems that f4 is not the best move. This is not the best move here. I'm curious to see how white can progress here. I think, in my point of view, it looks roughly equal. White has more chances to win the game, but it's still the game is going on. Okay, Queen G4 was played. Queen G4 was played. Oh my god, what did I do? Queen G4 was played. And the computer didn't like this move. I think after trading the queens, white doesn't have the advantage anymore. And maybe black has some practical chances to open H line here. Maybe that's why the computer likes the black pieces, because it's strong enough here and white pieces cannot enter to C8. Practically it's still equal, I think. But the computer shows black has a bit advantage. I'm going to switch the board to the game of Muzyczuk Anna against Konero Hampi. As we saw here, the bishop was developed here. She took the line. King f8, that's a natural move to bring the king to the center in the end games, because when there is no queen on the board, you will bring the king on the center and it will work like a piece. King e7 was played, king f2, rook b8, and they traded a couple of pieces. I mean, rook d8, and after exchanging the rooks, maybe she can play knight f3, knight d2, and maybe knight b3. I think that's why the computer likes white pieces here. Oh, in the game she played knight d8. That's the best move. She should avoid to exchange the rooks, because the rook can create some counterplays here, and as I mentioned, this plan wouldn't be available. Let's see why is so. If you play knight f3, for example, knight f3 is a blunder, because bishop f3, and we will lose the pawn. Rook d2 was played in order to protect the b2 pawn. It is roughly equal. And both players has their chances. Muzyczuk Anna is down 1 minute on the clock, but it's completely manageable. I'm going to switch the board, and I want to watch the game Deimonte against Nino. Okay, we were here. They traded a couple of pieces. Oh no, Now the h line would be open. The g5 pawn would see the f6 square. We have the knight on d5 still, but it's very difficult for white pieces. Rook f e1. Maybe in order to play knight c5 later. Rook f8. a3 was a calm move. I don't know why. Rook b8. White has a lot of pawns up. I mean, she sees all these squares. Queen a5 was played. Diamante has only 2 minutes. Nino has only 6 minutes. So that would be easier for Nino to convert her advantage. Maybe knight c5. I don't dare to move the pieces here. I'm afraid that the computer doesn't like my move. Yes, and you see the evaluation bar has dropped. I made a blunder maybe somewhere. It seems natural to play knight c5. Maybe that's because we cannot play bishop d5 because we don't want to trade the bishop here. That would be very dangerous, of course. But somehow we can attack on e6 pawn. What would be the reason? Maybe she can play queen a3? Yes, queen a3 to take the g2 pawn. That would be a bit dangerous. Yes. Yeah. I don't like to trade the queens because we are putting the pressure on black pieces. So this is not a good idea to trade the queens, I guess. However, she played queen c5. Yeah, that was a good move. In order to protect the a3 pawn and to get rid of the queen, the attacking piece. So, yeah. That's clean. And now she has the knight here, the bishop square, the bishop on the c8 square is very passive, very deactivated. So what happened? Queen a4. Now rook d2 was played to get rid of the rook b2. The 7th rank is important, as I said. Rook b5 was played. Yes. If she tried to trade the pieces here, rook d2 is not a good idea. White has a lot of pressure here. So that's why I guess she played rook b5 to keep the pieces on the board. White has a huge advantage here. I'm going to switch the board to the game of Elizabeth against Bibisara. So we saw the game until here, I guess. a5 was played, rook c1, queen f5. They traded the queens. h5 was played, of course. She's trying to bring the rooks on this line. g5 was played because we don't want to open this line. That's very natural. Maybe it was better to play g5 first and then play h5 to blockade this pawn completely and then try to launch the pawn break here with h5. but she preferred to play h5 directly. Now h4. This is going alone. h3. Now f3 was played. After exchanging the pawns, now she managed to close here. This is a passed pawn, but it's not really dangerous because we can bring the rook. e5 was played because if white could play f4, she could have protected this square completely, and that was essential to push the pawn. After trading a couple of pieces, now the bishop has a very good place. This is the c3 square, but we can play f4. She preferred to play rook c5 in order to attack the d5. Rook d8 was played. Now I guess she gave up this passed pawn. She couldn't bring the other rook because she's defending the a4 square, the a4 pawn. I mean a5. So I prefer white pieces. I think white has a better position. Knight c4 was played. Hang on a second, we have a tactical detail here. If she tried to take the knight, we can capture the bishop. She has to go back, and we can take all the pawns here. So obviously, she would not go for dc4. But anyway, I prefer white pieces. Well, Bibi Sara, she is a very sharp player. She is very creative, and as you know, she has won the World Bliss Championship 3 times. So she's very dangerous here. She has very good chances to win the game against Pats. Elizabeth. Now the question is where to go with the bishop. If she wants to stay in this diagonal, or rather she wants to go on c3, but anyway, that's a fork. So she cannot protect everything at the same time. Now white has huge advantage here. Maybe later she can even go for knight b6 in order to capture d5. Bishop d6 was played. Now we see a tactical detail. If we take on d5, she can play bishop h2, the discovered check, and she will lose some material. So they exchanged on d6, and that increased the advantage for white. Now white has a rook on the 7th rank. I'm not sure if exchanging on d6 was maybe it was obligatory. Yes, it was obligatory because we cannot move the rook. Yes. Now black has a good advantage. She's trying to evacuate the c7 square for other rook to capture the 7th rank with both rooks. Now the question is how black pieces, how Elizabeth can defend against rook c6, because if she tried to protect the pawn from here, I think that's not a good idea, because white can play f4. So maybe she should play more actively, bring the rook, but that would be a bit dangerous. Maybe that's the idea. Rook e8 maybe, because she cannot, or she can capture a5, and then rook e3. Well, that's losing for black pieces. That's not a good idea. Maybe d4. Yeah, that's what we see they played. d4 was played. After trading the pawns, now black has succeeded to get rid of the d5 pawn. It was a weak pawn, and now the position is roughly equal. However, white has a good advantage here. Elizabeth has succeeded to equalize the game, and now rook f7 was played. It's very tricky how black can survive here. The computer says it's equal, but rook d8 was played. It's not a good move. Maybe she should have tried something more active to bring the rook here. Maybe the idea is to create some counterattacks here, but rook d8 wasn't the good move. And now rook a7 was played. Now she has mating attacks. Both players have down to 1 minute on the clock. King g8 was played. Bibi Sarah is winning in this position, but the question is whether she can find the winning moves. King g2 was played. Probably she was afraid of finding herself in mating threats here. There was no mate. But maybe g6 was, I don't know, I'm going to try it. g6 wasn't a good move. Maybe here, that's losing. Well, g6. But king g2 was played in order to bring up the king. And now a couple of checks. And now with these checks, she got extra time. Other players are on the increment, are living on the increment. Only 10 seconds for Bibi Sarah. She played rook a5. She has, I think the chance was there, but it has slipped away. She's not winning anymore. Now the position is roughly equal. Let's see how Elizabeth can manage this position. How to play here with black pieces. Computer doesn't like my moves. Hopefully these are not my pieces. Well, rook b1 was played. it was a blunder. Now white has a huge advantage again. Maybe rook b5 to take the pawn. Rook e4 was played. Both players are living under time pressure. It's about a time scramble. She's going to back here maybe. Rook b5 was played finally to capture this pawn. Only a few seconds left on the clock. Let's see how Elizabeth would play. Rook d2 was played. Now king g3. Yes, Bibi Sarah is winning the game. She has a lot of passed pawns. Elizabeth played king f7. It's completely winning for white. Now maybe rook b4. Yes, rook b4 was played. Now the black rook is tight here. She cannot move. Only a few seconds for Elizabeth. Rook b7. Oh my god, this is completely winning for Bibi Sarah. King e6 was played. That's a very natural move to push the pawns. Because if she moves the... Yes, she moved the rook. Rook b2. Now g7 was played. Rook f3 maybe. Rook g2 was played. Rook b2. A few seconds left for Elizabeth. She's trying her last chances. And now she resigned the game. It was a very beautiful game from Bibi Sarah. She managed to win the game. We see the game here, how she could convert her advantage here. e5 was played. Here the position was roughly equal, but with some tactical moves, she could convert her advantage. And she sees the 7th rank, and here a blunder from Elizabeth, and she lost the game. It was a very nice game from Bibi Sarah. Now, I'm going to switch the board on Muzyczuk Anna against Hampi Konero. Okay, it's about a time scramble for both players. Few seconds left on the clocks. The position is equal, but they are trying their chances. Knight b7. To protect the pawn. Now it's equal. I think both players would agree. Draw very soon. King c2 was played. Now king c3. We're just repeating the moves. Black king is very active. king c3 was played, and black has no way to enter. They are repeating the moves, and the game is about to finish draw. I'm going to switch the board on the game Eileen Roberts. She lost against Muzicek Maria. Let's see the game. Let's see the game. How did they play? Queen c6, queen f4. She got rid of the pieces, and now this line is open. However, black king is very safe and secure here. She tried to double the rooks, maybe the bishop in the open positions. They work very well. King b8, a very nice calm move. f5. I think this was the mistake that she missed. She missed. I mean, she played f5. She should have played d5. She should have played d5 in order to protect the bishop. And yes, d5 was the best move. But she played f5. Now knight h4. Yes, as we see, white sees the advantage here because the bishop on c2, she's doing nothing here. I don't know why did she play bishop c2. Yeah, in order to keep protecting the f5 pawn here. She lost the pawn here, and she lost the control of the game here actually. Queen g5. Okay, that was the mistake here. And again, another mistake from black pieces. She should have played bishop f1 to finish the game, maybe. Yes, and then attacking to the knight and to remove the defender here. Yes, that was the way to win the game here with bishop f1. But she missed it, and she played rook h8 in time trouble. She missed the winning position. And here, Miss Tactic, Muzicek Maria, she's very good in tactics. She's a very tactical player. She's a former world champion in 2015, I guess. And she won the game by rook e2. It's a very nice tactical resource. I'm going to switch the board. Yes, as we see, Muzicek Anna against Conor Rohampi, they finished draw. And the only game is running here is Deimonte against Bastiashvili Nino. Oh my God, she managed to come back. She has a winning position. Now she has a piece up. What happened in this game actually? Very nice comeback from Deimonte. Earlier maybe we saw the game until here. Yes, little by little. Knight c3. Okay. I think this repetitive moves here was the reason to lose the advantage here. Yes, queen d6. It was a blunder. Very nice comeback from Deimonte. And she got a piece up. And this is the winning position for black. Yes. And we see how she converted easily the material advantage, and she managed to win the game. Yes, this is completely winning for Black. And Demonte, French champion in 2024 and a member of national French team, she managed to win against Nino Botsiashvili. So as we see the games, the first round was finished, and we had Asabayeva Bibisara won the game against Elizabeth Betts. We had a draw against Mozichuk Anna made a draw against Conero Hampi. Ellen Roberts lost against Mozichuk Maria, and Demonte managed to win against Nino Botsiashvili. I think we will have the next round in few minutes. We will have a short break here until the next game starts. We will have a short break here.
To the first event of the WR Women's Chess Tour. And in fact, you will be organizing the next one or co-organizing the next one in Punta Cana. So first of all, tell me your impressions of this event here in Tokyo.
It's amazing. I mean, to have this high quality chess, women chess, and then in Tokyo is just amazing. There are exciting games. We just saw today the first round of the Blitz event, and actually 2 games already were ended. And it's very, very, very exciting. I'm pretty sure in Punta Cana is going to be also as great.
What can we expect from Punta Cana? How is it going to be there? What's going to be similar? What's going to be different?
Well, Punta Cana is such a beautiful place as well, and we're going to have a lot of players from a lot of women players from the American continent, and it's going to be, with no doubt, the biggest and most important women event that we have done in the Americas. So we are really excited. We have a lot of people, expecting this event, so it's going to be amazing.
Can't wait to travel to the Americas, and it's great to bring chess to places where we haven't seen so many events so far. Speaking of upcoming events, just last night Vadim Rosenstein announced on his social media that we would be coming back to Japan next year for a tournament which unites a few different countries from different continents. What can you tell us about that project?
Yes, it's going to be a team tournament, and it unites countries from all the different continents. So it's going to be amazing. It's going to be in April next year here in Tokyo. So I'll be looking forward to come here and then to see matches between Panama, Puerto Rico, African countries, and many more to come.
Another event that's coming up very, very soon is the event in Lima, Peru. I think we're expecting a big chess party that's going to be longer than the events we've seen so far in Manila and in Tokyo. Tell us, what is that about? What's going to be happening in Lima?
Well, we're going to have a chess marathon. We're going to have 67 hours of chess, non-stop chess.
That's going to be crazy.
So I don't know. I have to get a lot of sleep before Lima. We're having a lot of countries already that have signed up. We're going to have Blitz, Rapid, Buckhouse. We're going to have Simon by top grandmasters. So it's amazing. And also, actually, in Peru, we're going to have a qualification, one spot for one woman player to go to Punta Cana. So it's very important the support that women are getting now with the events of WR Chess. So this is exciting for us.
You mentioned one of the events in Lima is going to be Buckhouse, and well, now the events that are coming, you are more in an organizer position, but we were just in Manila last week and you were actually playing in the Buckhouse tournament with Sarai Sanchez.
Yes.
Tell us about that experience.
That was very fun. I actually, it was funny that, it was probably the first time Sarai played Buckhouse, So I was looking on the other board and Sarai had like 10,000 knights on top of her king. No? So I said, okay, let's concentrate in my board. And then I saw it back again and she took all the knights. I don't know how she did it. So we had fun. I love this Buckhouse because you can also express your emotions during the game, It's a team tournament because you have to play according to your partner's board. So it's exciting. And I was amazed at how good they played in Philippines, this Buckhouse.
And actually, one of the top players from that event is a special guest here today. Wanda Liang. Will be hearing from him later today. And maybe a final question, Marta, is just what does it mean to you personally, to bring chess on such a big scale to your continent and to the Americas?
It's something we've been waiting for so long, and we finally have it. And I'm sure it's not going to be just this event, and that we're going to do many more events to promote women chess, because we still are under 20% of women playing chess. So we have to improve not only as players, also as arbiters, trainers. So this is something we are very concentrating on. So we are getting the support from WR Chess. So we're going to promote women chess, not only in the Americas, but around the world.
That's so fantastic to hear, and I can't wait to see you in Peru and Punta Cana. Marta, it's always a pleasure having you around. Thank you so much for your time, and we're going to go back to studio. Hello and welcome to the WR Buckhouse Championship here in Manila in the Philippines. The action is about to start at the Grand Hyatt Hotel. We have Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura participating amongst others. 2 action-filled days await us.
The people in the Philippines, they love this game. They play a lot Buckhouse. I love the atmosphere after the big game of Karpov and Kochnoi. People are saying this is the second biggest tournament after that, so I'm very proud we are here and play chess in Manila.
Well, we can see there the joy of those winners, how much it means to them.
Team Deepwater are your 2026 WR Bughouse champions.
Welcome back to the live coverage of Women's Chess Tour in Tropez. I am Mitra Hejazipur, Women Grandmaster. And we will have shortly the next round As we see, the players are ready, the clocks are set on the board. As we see, we have Elizabeth Petz against Bibisara Asabayeva. The games are started. It's Sicilian variation. C3 was played, knight f6. It's a very theoretical position, but Elizabeth chose a3 instead of playing d4. b6 was played to develop the bishop on the b7. d4 was played, and she refused to exchange on d4. Knight c7 was played. Now she can try knight d4 or queen d4. She took the d4 pawn with the queen. As we see, white pieces are very comfortable. She can develop the pieces easily, and at the same time, black has some resources like bishop c5 or playing d6 directly. Knight c6 was played. She's trying to develop her pieces with tempos. Now she can play queen f4 or queen d1. As we see in the playing hall, we have very nice settings. We have very nice chairs. We are in the vineyard of Tropez in Saint-Tropez. Queen g4 was played. Elizabeth Petz is trying to focus on the game because she lost the first game and she is in a must-win situation. She's down 1 point and she has to win the game if she wants to stay in the tournament. It's a knockout tournament and the players will be eliminated and 4 players would go to the semi-finals. Queen g4 was played, and now she is trying to avoid the development of black bishop. Now the question is how to develop the pieces. There are some typical plans like playing f5 in order to get rid of the e5 pawn. She can also play d6 in order to get rid of e5 pawn. Both players are focused on the game. Bibisara is leading with 1-0. f5, as I said, it's a typical plan. She gets a tempo. and she gets rid of e5 pawn. They exchanged the pawns. Now she can play queen f6. She managed to get some more spaces for her pieces. Knight c3 was played in order to play knight e4. She can develop her pieces like this and play bishop g5 maybe. Generally speaking, white has slightly advantage. She's slightly better, and it's more comfortable to play with white pieces, but at the same time, Bibisara won the first game, and Elizabeth is in must-win situation. She played bishop b7. Maybe she's trying to play a long castle. Elizabeth can play bishop g5 in order to avoid her plans. I'm going to switch the board on the game of Nino Bastiashvili against Deimante. As we see, Deimante, she managed to win the first game, and Nino, she's 1 point down, and if she wants to stay in the games, she has to win this game. Let's see what happened in this game. Caro-Kann was played. Maybe it's not a good option against Deimante because she's very well prepared and she knows the variations. She came here very well prepared. Bishop d3. She has chosen a simple variation because if she managed to equalize the game, she can qualify for the next round. After exchanging the bishops here, now I think I would say Black has come back to the position and she has some good chances to push the pawn, because if she takes on g5, she would lose the pawn. So at g5 is a natural move. So she can play h4. She can put the pressure here. Knight g5 was played. Maybe it's a theoretical option. Knight h4 was played. I think white has enough compensation for the pawn she has just sacrificed. Oh, my bad. H g5 was played. Yes, it was natural to not losing the pawn because she has a point up. So it's not necessary to complicate the game. We see Nino Bastiashvili. She was Georgian women champion 5 times. And she got the silver medal in European Women Championships. She is a very sharp player. Recently in GCL tournament, GCL contenders, she showed a very good performance in blitz games. Now the position is roughly equal. Let's see how she would progress here. Whether if she wants to keep the king on the center, because she cannot play short castle because of this h5 pawn, and it would be a bit risky to play long castle because we'll have b4, b5 here. I'm going to switch the board and want to look around a bit. Muzyczuk Maria against Ellen Roberts. Muzyczuk Maria against Ellen Roberts. Let's see what happened in their games. Muzyczuk Maria won the first game, so she leads here, and Ellen has to win the game. So she chose a very sharp opening. Queen f3, d3 was played. After getting rid of this piece here on the center, Queen g3, I think it's a very good option to create some complication on the board. But here she got... Now black has some advantage. Knight b4 was played. She's attacking on the pawn on c2. Let's see how Ellen wants to respond. Does she have some tactical resources or not? King d1 was played in order to protect the pawn on c2. That's a brave decision when you are in a must-win situation. Ellen Roberts keeps her king on the center. We see black has some difficulty to develop the bishop here, but it doesn't matter, I guess. She can play queen d7. Maybe next move, knight f4 is coming. I believe knight c3 would be a bit dangerous. Black has very good advantage here. As the computer loves black's position. Let's see if she plays queen d7. How white want to respond. Maybe knight c3. That's just increased the advantage for black. King d1 was played in the game. The king is on the center. Maria is thinking how to respond here. In the meanwhile, I see the other games. Let's look around. I want to switch the board on Konaro Hampi against Muzyczuk Anna. Let's see how they reached this position. Anna chose Scotch variation. Bishop e3, it's a very sharp opening. Bishop e2, queen g6, it's a very theoretical line here. Knight f6, black developed her pieces. d5 was played to challenge the center. Queen d2 to protect the bishop and to create some threats here. Bishop d6. As we see, the bishop on c5 was not in a good place, and there were some tactical resources here. So that's why she played bishop d6. She's looking at h2 pawn. However, we don't have imminent threats here. Now she was trying to play d4, maybe bishop f4 was played. She is proposing to exchange the pieces to bring her queen on f4, and from there she can see the e4 pawn here better. So that's a nice move. I like it. Hampi decided to exchange the bishops. Oh no, she played knight d4. Knight d4 was played. She's trying to simplifying the position. cd4 is obligatory somehow. d4 was played. It's a very brave decision because it will open up the line here. I think white has to develop her knight faster to bring the rook here. The position is equal. It's a very theoretical line. It's a very good option to play in rapid games. Both players are thinking. I'm going to switch the board on the game of Asabayeva Bibisara against Elizabeth Batts. Okay, as we see, Elizabeth has succeeded to create some complication here. Let's see what happened here. Queen f6, knight c3. They developed their pieces. Knight a6 was played, bishop g5. They traded some pieces. b4 was played to create some threats and to avoid knight c5. As I said, she preferred to play long castle. Short castle, and now h5. It was a good time to launch an attack here. But queen g5 was played. It's more comfortable for white here because the knight on a6 is very far from the battle. I don't like black's pieces, but somehow the bishop on b7, maybe someday she can create some tactical resources. F line is open. But queen g5 is a good move because she's offering queens exchange. Knight c7 was played to activate her pieces. Black is slightly better. It's more comfortable to play with white pieces. She can play knight e4 to see d6 square. If she played knight e4, in order to trade the queens and play knight d6, that would be a natural move. But she decided to trade the queens, bring the knight on g5 to create some threats, double attack on the rooks. Rook df8 was played to seize the control of f line. I like white position. But it's not easy to convert this advantage. Computer likes the white's position, but in my point of view, it would not be very easy to win the game because the queens are not on the board. I'm going to switch the boards. I want to look at the game of Nino against Demonte, Batsiashvili Nino against Daulite Cornet Demonte. She managed to win the first game, and Nino, in a must-win situation, she has to win the game. The position is very solid. The knight on f6 is very good place. Let's see if Nino can create some complication here, because a draw would not be enough to stay in the tournament. She can just stay here, play some simple waiting moves. She played knight f4. It's a simple waiting move, I guess, from Demonte to see how her opponent wants to create some complication, because she has a very solid position. The rooks were exchanged. Probably she wants to play rook c8. Rook c8 was played. Probably she can just return here on e2 to protect d4 pawn and just wait to see what happens. Demonte needs only half a point to qualify for the semifinals. Let's switch the board and see what happened in Muzychuk Maria against Roberts Elin. Elin played King d5, King d1, sorry. Knight d5 was played to close the diagonal. That's not a natural move, but still. Rook b1. She defended the pawn. Knight f4 was played. Elin has to win the game if she wants to stay in the tournament. Knights were exchanged. The more pieces exchanged on the board, that would simplify the task for Muzychuk Maria. She has a small advantage. She sacrificed the b7 pawn with bishop c5, short castle. Of course, this line would be very dangerous for white because the king is in the center. Maria has a very good advantage here. She managed to put her king in a safe and secure place, and then she will exchange the rooks here, and she can enter here to white's ground here. That would be very dangerous for Elin. However, she cannot create some counterplay here on the king side. Maria has only 2 minutes. Elin Roberts is a bronze medalist in World Blitz Championship. She is a very talented and young player. She is champion of Europe in rapid games as well. The rooks were exchanged and b file is open. A natural move would be yes, queen d4 to offer trading the queens, to bring the rook here. a2 pawn is hanging. It would be very difficult for Elin Roberts to come back. She has 4 minutes. She's better on the clock, but on the position, it's not very good for her. I'm going to switch the board on pick on a row against Muzychuk Anna. Again, another equal position. Both players are very solid. Muzychuk Anna, she played in Karin's Cup. She managed to draw all her games in Karin's Cup. I would say she's very good in Armageddon games as well. So it's not an easy task for Hampi. Let's see how they reached to this position. It was a scotch. They exchanged the pieces. Bishop b5 was played. They traded the pieces, and here she took back the pawn. And of course, queen e4 wasn't a good option. Now White managed to develop her pieces. They traded all the pieces rapidly. Rook d8 was played. Now she says, if you dare, take the pawn on b7, and then she would play rook b8. She would seize the 7th rank. However, it's an equal position. Let's go back to the game. Rook d8 was played. The position is equal, and I think they would finish the game and they would agree to draw very soon. Yes, she played knight b7, I guess. Let's see if the game was updated here. Yes, she took b7. And now rook c7, of course. She would not let her to come on the 7th rank easily. Probably rook f7 is a good resource to get rid of the rooks here. They both traded the rooks, and now Anna has to move her knight from here, probably knight c5. It's an equal position. She played knight f5. Now, yes, rook f2, simply she defends the 7th rank. If Humpy play rook b1, she can simply defend with rook f1. I'm going to switch the board and see what happened in the game of Bibi Sara against Elizabeth. As we see, the position is equal. If they finish the game in draw, that would be in favor of Bibi Sara, because she can simply qualify for the semifinals, and that would be probably the end of the route for Elizabeth for today, but she can come back in Blitz games. It's not finished yet, but it's very difficult to win this game. Let's see what happened. How did they reach here? After knight f5, rook f2 was played. She managed to bring the knight on e3 to create some threats here. Knight e4 was played. They traded some pieces, and with simplifying the position, White's chances has decreased to win the game. Knight e6, and Bibi Sara is proposing to exchange all the pieces. Rook f3 was played. Let's see if she can exchange here. Probably that would be dangerous. Rook e3. or maybe it's not even dangerous. She can trade the pieces, or she can simply play d4 if she wants. It would be a very difficult task to win the game for Elizabeth because she lost the first game. For the viewers just joining us, we are watching quarterfinals. Bibi Sarov won the first game against Elizabeth. Muzyczuk Anna made a draw against Hompi Conero first game and second game as well. As we see, I'm going to switch to the game. Conero Hompi and Muzyczuk Anna, they finished draw after a few more moves. They just repeated the moves and they're going to Armageddon, and sudden death will decide who will qualify for semifinals. I'm going to switch the board to Muzyczuk Maria against Roberts Elin. It's a very difficult game for Elin. Maria has a very good advantage here, and the rook is trapped here. E6 was played in order to open the diagonal to activate her bishop, but the least she can capture here is a draw. Even a draw would be adequate for Muzyczuk Maria to qualify for the semifinals. They traded the bishops. She has a passed pawn, even if White managed to push her pawn. She has a passed pawn here as well. She has a pawn up here as well. It would be a very difficult game. It's a very difficult game for Elin Roberts. I'm going to switch to the game of Nino against Deimonte. Oh, Nino has managed to create some complication here. She has a very good advantage. Let's see what happened in their games. Even earlier, here the position was roughly equal. They exchanged the rooks, and Deimonte played rook h3 in order to open the fight here to attack the king, which is trapped here with a very nice on f6. Rook c4 was played. She's trying to create some counterplays. I'm going to accelerate here because the live game is running. Oh my god, she lost the pawn on d4. And she had a fork here, but I think this exchange is not enough because knights are very strong here. She has a passed pawn. And she captured another pawn here with some tactical resources. She cannot capture on e5, and that's how Bastiashvili Nino could capture some advantage here. She has passed pawn, connected passed pawns here. Very good knights here. As you know, she is a very sharp player. She's fast and furious. And now she got the occasion to come back. She has to win this game. Queen c3 was played. Let's see how Nino progress here. She's trying to convert her advantage with trading the queens to simplify the position. Yes, after trading the queens, it's easier for black to push her pawns. Knight e2 was played, but she cannot avoid d4 as we see e4 was played. These two passed pawns are very strong. As we saw earlier, Demonte tried to play rook h3 to create some counterplay and to win the game, but we see that the game of Erlin Roberts and Muzicuk Maria is finished. Let's switch on their board. Yes, they finished the draw. Let's see what happened here. Yes. A draw was enough for Muzicuk Maria to qualify for the semifinals. So now she has some time to take rest for semifinals. Let's go back to the game of Nino against Demonte. Rook h8 was played. She's trying to create some counterplays, but it would be very difficult. Demonte is down to 17 seconds. She's in time trouble, and she hasn't a good position. b6 was played. Okay, now the king is coming, and it's very difficult. This is a losing position for Demonte, I guess. And if Nino managed to win the game, they will play an Armageddon and a sudden death would decide who will qualify for semifinals. Let's switch on the board of. Let's see what happened in Bibi Sarah game against Elizabeth. Elizabeth, she managed to create some complication. How did this happen? She has 2 pawns up. It would be probably very easy to win the game. This is completely winning for white. She has 2 pawns up. Let's switch to the board. Nino against Demonte. This is hopeless for Demonte. King b7 was played, but these pawns are very strong. And the next move, d3, is coming in order to get rid of the knight on e2 and to promote the queen. Rook d6 was played. D3, I don't know how she can. This is hopeless. Yes. Nino is winning the game. What a comeback for Nino. We saw earlier Diamante tried to win the game. However, half a point was enough to qualify for the semifinals. Now they have to play an Armageddon. D2 was played. Those two pass pawns are very strong. Okay, and they finished the game. Let's switch to the game of Bibi Sarah against Elizabeth, the last game. It's a very easy task for Elizabeth to win the game. She has 2 pawns up in rook endgames. G5 was played. That's hopeless for Bibi Sarah. She should resign the game soon. Rook A7 was played. And she's just trying to escalate her king, to bring her king and to push the pawns. Let's see, how did they reach to this position earlier, because the position was equal earlier in the middle game. Here, rook h6, they traded some pieces. She played rook f4. They simply exchanged the pieces. We see that Bibi Sarah resigned the game. Elizabeth won the game, and they would go to an Armageddon to decide who will win the game. Yes, this happened here, I guess. Earlier, probably. Yes, after rook e5, rook e4 was a blunder. Probably she missed an intermediate move, and she lost just a couple of pawns, and now we reach this position that white won the game. So now all the games are finished. Elizabeth against Bibi Sarah, they would go for an Armageddon. We will have Conero Hampi against Muzicek Anna, and also we will have Nino against Diamante. That would be really exciting to see who can manage to the semifinals. We will have a short break, and we will back with Armageddons. Welcome back to the live coverage of Women's Chess Tour in Saint-Tropez. We are in the vineyard of Tropez in Saint-Tropez. And for the viewers who are just joining us, we are having the Armageddons. We are in quarterfinals, and 6 players are playing Armageddons. Muzyczuk Maria has managed to qualify for the semifinals, and now here we have Bibi Sara against Elizabeth Petz, and also Muzyczuk Anna against Pompi Conero, and we will have Daulite Deimonte Cornet against Basiashvili Nino. The players are ready to start the game. Here we see Elizabeth has 10 minutes and Bibi Sara has black pieces with 7 minutes. The game has started. The games are knockouts, so the players who lose the Armageddon games will end. It would be an end for them, and they will come back tomorrow for the Blitz games. Here they offered some beats, and Bibi Sara got the black pieces against Elizabeth Petz with 10 minutes. Usually, black has less time on the clock, and if she managed to make a draw, she will qualify for the semifinals. That's how it works. As we see, it's a Sicilian variation, C3. The same openings that Petz won the game last game. So if Bibi Sara managed to make a draw, she will be qualified for the semifinals. So usually she should take back the pawn. She can play bishop e7 to develop her pieces, or maybe knight c6. We see Bibi Sara is trying to decide how to develop her pieces. Bishop e7, short castle. She played knight c6. She developed her knight with a tempo. Queen a4 was played. Now a6, trying to play b5 to get rid of the queen here. I'm going to switch the board to Nino against Deimonte. They played the same variation in Caro-Kann. Nino managed to win the game against Deimonte, and she came back to the games. Knight d5 was played. It's a very solid variation. d6 is very weak, but white has to manage somehow to bring the knight here. But it's not an easy task. Knight g5 was played. She's looking at e4 square, d6 square. She can play knight b6 probably. Here, Demonte has more time on the clock, and Nino has black pieces. So if she managed to make a draw, she can qualify for the semifinals. They played knight c3, bc3. She has a nice chain pawn here. And usually black tries to play c5 to attack the chain here, to create some weaknesses, to bring the rook here. And in these kind of positions, it would be a bit difficult for black to put her king easily in a secure place because of the h5 pawn. Every time that she wants to play bishop g6 to defend h5, there would be a bishop e2 to attack h5. So Demonte played short castle. The game is roughly equal. I prefer white pieces. As I said, it would be a difficult task to put the king in a safe and secure place because of this weakness. It's a very theoretical line, and Demonte usually is very well prepared in the openings. So I let players to think and decide how to progress in the game, and I want to switch across to another board. I want to see Hompiconero against Muzichuk. It is equal here as well. Hompiconero has black pieces. It would be very difficult to beat Hompiconero because she is a very solid player. She has black pieces, she has less time on the clock, but if she managed to make a draw, that would be fine. She played knight b6. That's very typical to play c6 and bring the rook here. And now at the same time, white has some counterattacks with rook f3, bring the rook here, and to create some plays here against the king. So let's see how Hompiconero want to respond against rook g3. In fact, it's not a huge threat. She can simply bring the rook here and put the bishop on f. So welcome back to the live coverage of Women's Chess Tour in Saint-Tropez. We are in Vignoble Tropez. And for the viewers who are just joining us, we have 4 players in semifinals. We have Asabaeva Bibisara, 3 times World Blitz champion, against Nino Bastiashvili. We have Hampi Conero, few times world champion in the rapid section and also in classic section, against Mozichuk Maria. She is a former world champion as well. And today we have rapid games, and tomorrow we will have blitz games. So the games are started. Let's start with the game of Nino Bastiashvili against Bibisara. So it's a London system, and Bibisara chose G6 against London. She's a very sharp and creative player. We have at the same time Hampi Conero against Mozichuk Maria. It's an Italian, very theoretical variation. Both players know the theory. Knight bd2 was played. d5 is theory. Both players are playing very fast. Knight d5 is coming. As we know, white has an isolated pawn. Black has more healthier pawn structure, but at the same time, white has dynamic resources. She has the bishop on the good diagonal. It's for the moment is blockade, but later she can transfer the bishop on this diagonal. As we know, with isolated pawn, we have very good dynamic resources to attack. So here, probably white should watch bishop g4, because she can try bishop g4 to bother a bit the knight, and also try to put pressure on d4 pawn. Maria, she has started to think probably she's out of her preparation. I'm going to switch to the board. Bibisara against Nino Bastiashvili. So let's see how this happened. h4 was played. Nino tried to launch an attack on the king side very soon. And h5 was played, so Bibisara gave up the g5 square, but she avoided the early attacks on the king side. At the same time, g4 square is for black. c5 was played, is very classical move here to challenge the center, and later to develop the knight on c6. Knight b5 was played, some threats on c7, and she developed the knight on a6, and she's protecting c7. c3 was played, and now she's protecting very well the center. The knight on b5 is very well placed, and that would be a bit difficult to get rid of that knight. So probably black can play short castle here. e4 square is a good place for the knight as well. So the king is very safe here. Black has no problem here. She has managed to develop all the pieces. A4 was played to reinforce the knight on b5. And now that development of the pieces has finished, let's see how they would progress in these kind of positions. Black can play knight e4, knight e4. It's an equal position. Both players have chances. It's not very complicated position. I'm going to switch the board and let's see what happened in the game of Conor Rohampi against Mutichuk Maria. After e5, knight d5, both players castled. a3 is very classical move to get rid of the bishop. Bishop could have returned on e7, but she decided to trade the pieces, and now she has more spaces. She kept the square of e7 for the knight, and to play c6 later to protect very well the knight on d5. I think that would be the plan here for black. I'm going to switch the board on the game Bibisara against Nino. So here, after a couple of moves, they traded in the center. Now the e-file is open for white, and at the same time black has less pawns here. There are some typical plans, the minor attack here, but it's very difficult because the knight has to move first and then to play a6, but it's not possible for the moment. The bishop on f4 is very well placed. She has very good control on the center. The knight on b5, attacking c7 and a7. She cannot play knight c7. Probably bringing the knights to help to play knight c7. That would be an idea. Later, white can play knight e5, playing short castle, bringing the rook here on the e-file. So she played knight d7. Probably she wants to play later e5. I'm not sure if she wants to play f6 as well. Nino played rapidly short castle, and now e1 is a good place for the rook. Let's see if Bibisara can manage to break the center by e5. Or maybe f6 and e5, but g6 would be very weak, so I'm not sure if that's the plan. Probably trading the knight and then e5, but d5 would be very weak, and she has to watch it. At the same time, this diagonal would be open, but we have to calculate precisely. It seems white pieces are very comfortable. White has no problem here. And black is trying to planning somehow to play e5. I'm going to switch on another board. Let's see what happened there. It's going equal, but let's see what happened after bishop d2, trading the pieces. Bishop g4 was played. As I said, that would be annoying a bit. h3 was played, and Maria sacrificed a pawn, but probably she has traded the pawn d4 with b7, but it's not possible. Oh, it's not possible actually. Let me correct myself. If we play queen b7, she would play knight e2, and we would lose a piece here. So queen g5, queen g4, Maria found the best move. The position is very open, and that's in favor of white pieces. She can put the bishop on the lying diagonal, and the bishop on a2 sees the f7, and she can easily bring the rooks to the action and to launch an attack here to black's king. So probably white has enough compensation against the pawn that she sacrificed. I like white's position. However, computer says it's equal, but white has more practical chances, and she has easier decisions to make. I'm not sure that we can keep the knight here on the center, because every time we try this, b4 will come later as well. It's not easy to find a move here. Probably she can try to trade a one knight with one bishop. I think that would be a good plan. I'm not sure if the computer likes it. Yes, it seems that I didn't blunder anything. And if the queen capture, and we traded a knight with a bishop, so we neutralized two bishops. So now queen and the knight collaborating very well on the position, and it's less dangerous for black. So I think that would be a good decision to trade the knight with the bishop. I'm going to switch the board and to see what happened in Bibisara game against Nino. So here, after knight d7 castle, yeah, finally she decided to exchange some pieces here, and she brought again the knight on f6. So she simplified a bit the position. She traded some pieces to capture more space, but she has lost two tempos. Once she moved to d7, and then she came back to f6. Probably she changed her mind, and now she wants to just stay calm here. Rook e1. She sees long file. Queen d7 was played, and now bishop e5. It seems Nino is playing very comfortably here. With white pieces, she has 2 bishops. And she has more time on the clock as well. It's a very difficult game for Bibisara. She has less time on the clock. Her pieces are a bit tied here to the knots, and it's a bit difficult to get rid of this situation. Knight g4 was played. She's offering another exchange of the pieces. That would be a good practical decision, but the computer doesn't like it at all. Probably because after exchanging, white has some tactical resources. Bishop g4 was played. So queen g4, if queen g4, probably that would be the plan, to trade more pieces, to simplify the position. I'm not sure trading the bishop with the knight was a good idea, because she lost some advantage. So she chose hg4, and queen e5 is coming. So probably it would be better to take it back with the queen, because she gets rid of the queens and there would be no queen e5 after trading the bishops, so she will not lose a pawn. Let's go back to the game. Queen e5 was played, and here a check, and she has to move, and h5 is coming. The double pawns are very weak. f6 was played. She preferred f6. Probably queen f4 or g3. Both players are playing rapidly. What happened here? Let's see. After trading, queen e6 was played. She lost a bit advantage here after trading the queens, because she doesn't have the pressure anymore, because I mean e7 is weak, but she can protect with the knight, and probably she can stay passive. It would be difficult still for black pieces. It seems another game was finished. Let's move to the game of Cornero Hampi against Anna Muzichuk. Probably they finished a draw. h3 after this exchange. Queen g4 was played, and of course she played knight f3. She traded the pieces and simply a drawn endgame, and probably they finished a draw. We will have the updates, the updated position soon. I'm going back to the other game, which is running live. Rook a, e1 was played. Very natural move. Let's see how black can come out of this position. I don't like the black position at all, because it's very passive. I mean, for the moment, she's protecting everything, but the knight is very passive. She has no place here, and probably she has to sacrifice a pawn to activate a bit her pieces. That would be a difficult decision. Probably she has to let the pawn on a7. Maybe playing rook d8 in order to sacrifice the pawn on a7 and then playing knight c7 to activate her knight. That would be an idea. Yes, she played rook a d8. As we know, Bibi Sara, she's a very sharp player. She is a 3-time world list champion. She's very young and very talented player. She's playing against Nino Batsiashvili. She is a rapid player as well. She won Georgian women championships 5 times in her career. She plays for the national team of Georgia, and she took so many medals with the national team of Georgia. Let's see if Nino wants to capture the pawn. That looks very natural, but anyway, she doesn't want to lose the c7 square as well, but rook d7 is coming, and anyway she can activate her knight finally. At the same time, she can come closer with the king. And try to attack to the g4 pawn and to provoke f5 and to make some weaknesses here. That would be an idea as well. Probably that's why Nino hesitating a bit. She's thinking, she's trying to make decision. I believe she's considering this king h2, king g3 to activate her king, to create some weaknesses here. She can capture the pawn as well, but knight c7 is coming as well. But then after knight a7, knight c7, rook b6, that's not bad either. She has 11 minutes to 3 minutes for Bibi Sara. Bibi Sara, she has more difficult position. The pieces are tied up here. She has to activate the knight. She has a weakness on g4. Finally, she decided to capture the pawn on a7. Rook d7 was played, so she didn't go for knight c7 because rook b6 was coming to attack b7. So she played rook d7. She sacrificed a pawn, but she activated the rook here. That was a very smart idea to activate the rook. Finally, in the cost of 1 pawn, she released her rook. So next move, probably knight c7 is coming to get rid of the b5 knight. King h2 was played, as I said, with the idea of attacking g4 and provoking f5 and create some weaknesses here. For the viewers who are just joining us, we are watching semifinals. Bibi Sara Asabayeva against Nino Batsiashvili, Conor Rohampi against Muzishuk Mariam. Knight b8. What a surprise. I thought she would go for knight c7, but that would be easier to activate the king on c6, to attack the pawn, provoking b3. The knight can come on c6 and she can protect very well e7. I'm not sure how to defend this pawn without creating more weaknesses. Rook a6. As I said, Bibisara, she is very creative. That was a bit surprising. She activated the rook from e8 to a8, and finally she brought it to a6 to get rid of the rook on a6, on e6. Actually, that was a great idea. The computer still prefers white pieces, but black has some good practical game. ba6 was played, knight a3 was the only move. Finally, she released her pieces and she's attacking on c3, probably rook e3 or c4, both looking very promising. Rook e3 was played. Nino, she has 10 minutes and Bibisara has only 3 minutes. That's a huge advantage in rapid games. At the same time, Bibisara, she is a 3-time world champion in blitz games. She knows how to manage her time. She's creating very good counterplays. She activated her knight. She sacrificed a pawn, but she has enough compensation. Soon, she would play e5 to challenge the center. She is equalizing the game. That was a nice comeback from Bibisara. Okay, king g3 was played, provoking f5, but she doesn't want to play f4, f5 probably, because she creates a lot of weaknesses. So e5 would be a good option probably. e5 in order to challenge the center, to trade the g4 pawn with d4 pawn. Yeah, that would be a great choice to trade the pawns and bring the knight on e5, the center of action. Who could believe it that the knight on a6 is playing in action very well in the center? I think she played e5. We will have the updated position soon on the board. So f5 is not a good option because king f4 is coming, king g5 and h5. We'll have soon the updated position on the board. We still don't have the updated position on the board. Bibisara only has 1 minute and Nino has 10 minutes. As we see, the knight is in the center on e5. She's protecting the g4 pawn. And she brought the knight on d4. We still don't have the updated position here. I think it would be better to zoom on the board because we don't have the updated position. The live games are a bit ahead from us because I don't have the updated position. So knight is on e2, and she played b4. And she's trying to create a passed pawn. And she's trying to convert her advantage. She has a pawn up. That's a very difficult situation for Bibisara. Can we please have the zoom on the live board, live chessboard? Thank you. And a5 was played. Now, if she plays b5, then we would have knight c4 and knight b2, and she will attack on a4 pawn. She can capture the pawn as well. Knight d4 would be a nice tactical resource. She played b5. Now she has a passed protected pawn. She can play simply rook d4. As we know, the knights are very good pieces to blockade the passed pawns. Rook on d4. Defend the pawn on a4. Still is a very difficult game for Bibisara. She has only 1 minute and 40 seconds. The g4 pawn is hanging. Let's see if she captures the g4 pawn. Why not? Oh, it's black's to play. She played f5, obviously. Now she can play simply knight f4 to capture d5. Rook d7 was played to defend d5 pawn. Probably knight d3. Create some threats. Jumping around with the knight. Probably she is watching c4 as well. King h2. That's just a waiting move from Nino. Bibisara has only 1 minute. Let's see what's the idea of king h2. She wants to bring the king to the king side, probably. g5 was played to simplify a bit position. So now Bibisara, she got rid of the g6 pawn. That was a weakness. Was tying the king, the black's king, on the g6. So Nino is following her plan with king f1 to bring the king to the action. As we know, in endgames, the kings would be a piece. King e5 was played. Bibisara is in time pressure. She's in time trouble. Let's see what is the Nino's plan to progress here to convert her advantage. This is a winning position for Nino. Okay, a check. And probably she wants to bring the king on f4. Or maybe knight c5. Knight c5 is not possible because rook c7 and c3 is hanging. She has 7 minutes. She has enough time to find a plan. Nino is a pawn up, but it's very difficult to convert her advantage. At the same time, she has plenty of time. King d2. For the viewers who are just joining us, we are watching semifinals. Bibisara Asabayeva against Nino Bastiashvili. The other game, Ampi Konero against Matichuk Maria. They are still playing. I'm going to switch to their board. Rook c7 was played. She's trying to keep the pressure on the c file. The knight on b6 was blockaded, is blockaded the passed pawn. Bibisara has only 44 seconds. She's leaving on increments. At the same time, we see that Nino doesn't have a concrete plan to convert the advantage. Knight f4 was played. A natural move, defend the pawn. Nino is trying to jumping around with her knight to improving the nice position, to put the pressure on d5 pawn. Oh, a brave decision by rook c4 by Bibisara. Now, after trading the rooks, a4 pawn is hanging. dc4 and knight e3. Now, black can advance with king e4 probably. White's king is heading to e2 to defend her pawns. That was a nice comeback by Bibisara. Now she's trying to attack white's pawns, and probably after f4 and exchanging the pawns, that would be a simple draw. And g3. That's a very nice tactical resources. As I said, Bibisara, she's a very creative player. She was playing plenty of moves under time pressure, under time trouble, and every time she found the best moves, she found how to create complications and to survive, actually, because she was in a worse position. Now it's a difficult situation for Nino. If she captures the pawn on g3, she would lose a knight. Actually, if we take on g3 and giving up the knight, maybe we can push the pawns, but probably the king and knight would collaborate together, and that would be difficult to survive. They have to calculate the lines precisely. Probably she's considering fg3, king e3, f5, king e4, f6, but king d5, and after f7 she can play knight d7, and she can actually defend against passed pawns. It's a very difficult situation for Nino. Yes, she goes for it. f6. She's running with the passed pawns. Now the king has to return fast. Now knight d7. With b6, simply king e6, and she would capture the passed pawn, and that would be simply winning for black. It was really impressive how Bibisara could handle this pressure, because she was playing under time trouble. It was a huge time pressure for a very long time. It seems like Nino is losing the control and she's losing the game. She's a piece down. I have an updated position in one pick on a row, maybe. Okay. Maria has a queen against a knight and a rook. And she has a passed pawn as well. She has a winning position. And She has a pass pawn. She has a huge material advantage. Probably she's calculating if she wants to capture the knight and give up the pawn on a5. She took the knight. We have updated position here on the board. That's great. Rook a5 played. It is winning for Musichuk Maria. She has a queen against a rook. It's a huge advantage. Ganero, she's trying to create some counterplays, but it's not enough. King is running up and I'm going back to the game of Bibisara against Nino. Let's see here. King e2, king e6. She brought the king to the center and she tried to capture the c4 pawn. Yes, it wasn't enough to win the game. She is a piece down, but she has more pawns and it is still difficult. She captured the pawn on c4 and probably that would be a draw. Bibisara should be still careful because these are the pass pawns. She went to capture the pawn on g4. Nino can simply play b6 and then king b5 and to equalize the game. Or maybe she can try her chances with king b3, but knight c5 will come. It's a drawn position. King d4. She's trying her chances because she has better time on the clock. If c5, the king is coming close. And the king would reach in front of the pawn. I'm going back to the game of Ampi against Maria Musichuk. She actually managed to convert her advantage easily. Let's see how this happened. And king e4, and she pushed the pawn, and now she managed to enter here and capture the pawns. That was an easy win for Musichuk Maria, and she simplified it, and she has two pass pawn. It was a nice game by Musichuk Maria. She won the first game. On the other hand, King d5 was played. It's a drawish endgame. Yes, and they simplified the position and it's a draw. He would agree to a draw soon. It was a very nice game. And we saw Bibisara, she was in time trouble for a long time, and she managed to release her pieces, create some counterplays, and finally managed to equalize the game. G3 was a nice resources. Actually, King e4 was a blunder. Knight d7 is a move to win the game, actually, because she's protecting both the squares here, and then the king will come up and capture the pawns. She missed this move and she played King e4. It was a beautiful endgame, and finally it finished a draw. So on the other game, with Ishuk Maria, she won the game, and soon we will have the second game of semifinals. We will have a short break, and we will come back soon for the second game of semifinals.
I'm here with Eline Roebers, who unfortunately lost this first match against Maria Mosechuk. But Eline, especially in the first game, you got one big chance at one moment, right?
Yeah, I checked it shortly afterwards because I really felt at that moment that I had to be winning somehow. And then, I don't know, also with the time pressure and the pressure in general, I didn't even consider bishop f1. But yeah, should have found that.
Can you tell us a little bit about the emotions one feels, you know, when after the game you see it? And of course, it's always a little disappointment. And how do you deal with that, especially with another game coming up?
I mean, I decided for now to check it, but usually when I feel I will be upset about what I missed, then I just completely ignore it and I only check like a couple of days after. But now I felt like, okay, probably I had something, and I just wanted to check what was going on.
Tell us about game 2.
It was crazy. I once saw this idea with some King d1 in the Vienna, but I don't think it was here. I don't know, I soon figured out it was pretty bad for me, but okay, she needed only a draw, yeah? So I think she just tried to play it as safe as possible. She could have played more ambitiously, but okay, all she needed was a draw.
Let's talk a little bit about the tournament. It's quite an unusual format, right? Apart from the World Cup, maybe we don't have so many knockouts, and of course it means it can end very quickly, but how are you enjoying the whole experience of playing here in this European leg and also of being in Saint-Tropez and playing in a vineyard?
Well, okay, I think the format is actually really fun. It adds some dimensions to the game, and I think we should do it more often in chess, actually, especially in rapid and blitz events. It's very fun. And yeah, to play here, I think everything is very well organized. Saint-Tropez is very beautiful. I've never been here before, so yeah, it's very nice.
And the venue here, we're at the Tropez vignoble. A vineyard, is it the first time you've played in a vineyard?
I think so, yeah. So that's also a pretty unique experience. But yeah, I've been enjoying it so far. Unfortunately, only 2 games today for me. But I hope tomorrow I will be there for a little longer.
Tomorrow blitz? Out of the two time controls, which one do you prefer?
Oh, Blitz for sure. But I mean, it's easy to say also now. Yeah, now that they've done bad in the Rapid, I can say like, okay,
I believe
of course.
you.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm very excited for the Blitz tomorrow.
Did you do any preparation for this event, or do you feel you're such an active player anyway that for Rapid and Blitz it's maybe not that useful?
I mean, I prepared a little bit for my first round opponents, but okay, after that, I don't know my opponents, so I just checked my first opponents and I played a little bit of Rapid and Blitz, but yeah.
Alina, thank you so much for your time, and we look forward to seeing you in the Blitz tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I'm here with Diamante Daulite-Cornet, who unfortunately just lost the Armageddon game to Nino Batsiashvili. Diamante, first of all, thank you for talking to me anyway. I know it's a very disappointing moment because you got a really, really nice position in that last game.
Yeah, I mean, the first game that I won, I feel that I didn't deserve to win. I was really lucky because she was dominating, but somehow tactically she missed some opportunities from my side, and I trapped the queen, so it allowed me to win the first game. The second game, it was also a difficult one, but I think I played pretty well. But at some critical moment, I didn't find the winning line. I felt I had to play with g4, trying to open the king, but it was not the right moment that I did it, so it backfired and I lost. And Armageddon, I was pretty confident because I was so much better on time and I liked my position. I think I misplayed the opening, but after I played well and I saw that she could barely move. I have like so much more time, and then I made some blunders. Again, I didn't find the winning line. Some calculation was needed. Maybe I played a bit too fast. Didn't take my time, and yeah, then after I blundered, it's just somehow everything collapsed in 5 moves.
You and Nino are very good friends. I'm sure you were both disappointed when you saw the first round pairings. Can you tell us a little bit about how it is when you play someone that's so close to you?
Yeah, it's not easy. It's difficult, at least for me. So yeah, somehow you need to just focus on your game and forget that it's your friend. And it's also elimination tournament, so it's sure that one of us will have to go home after the first round. So it's a pity, but well, okay. Sometimes it happens, and we manage that.
As you say, it is an elimination, a knockout format. How do you enjoy playing in those in general, and especially in a much faster time control like you?
I don't know. I think it's much more stressful than knockout systems. For example, this year in the French Championship, I lost in the first round, but I really can say that I made one bad move, and it was enough to be eliminated.
The price of every mistake is
the
so
price
much
is
higher.
much higher. It puts a lot of pressure. I think for spectators maybe it's more fun to watch, but for the players, yeah, it's more stressful, at least for me. And I think I don't play that many tournaments with knockout system, so every time you need to adjust, and it's a bit different. So yeah, it's quite a challenge.
Let's talk about more pleasant things. We're here in beautiful Saint-Tropez. You are the local player representing France. What does it mean to you to have a tournament here and in such a beautiful location at the Vignoble Tropez, and to be playing here?
Yeah, it's excellent. Actually, it's not my first time here. I played the French Women's Rapid Championship last year, which was also organized by André. And I know that he's an organizer who is always striving for excellence, and I was sure that it would be so well organized. So when I got an invitation, I was really very happy because the city is beautiful, and I knew that it would be on the top level. So yeah, it's I must say that I am not disappointed.
Do you look forward to the Blitz tomorrow?
Yeah, I want to play because I lost, so I want to do better tomorrow. Not sure, Blitz is maybe a bit more difficult for me because it's really very fast. But well, we have more games in Blitz, so we'll see.
Will you be playing some warm-up games tonight or just enjoy the nice city? What's the plan?
I think I will try to enjoy the city. Enough of chess.
Diamante, thank you so much for your time and best of luck for tomorrow.
You.
So welcome back. We are back here in Saint-Tropez Women's Chess Tour, the European League, and we have the second game of semifinals. For the viewers who are just joining us, Muzyczuk Maria, she managed to win against Konero Hampi the first game, and now Konero Hampi is in a must-win situation. She has to win the game if she wants to stay in the tournament. And in the second game, we have Nino Bastiashvili against Bibi Sara. They made a draw for the first game, and the games are started. So I'm going directly to see what happened in the game of Bibi Sara against Nino. So it's already Bibi Sara. She is a very creative and tactical player. She chose this opening. That's not a classical opening. That's a very good choice for the second game. We have Rook E1. She protects the E5 pawn, and she wants to play simply D3. The position is roughly equal. There are some plans here for white to play H4 and H5 to bother the knight on G6. So after Rook E1, she played F6. That's a typical plan to get rid of E5 pawn. And she played D3, Bibi Sara. If they trade the pawns here and the pieces here, that would be in favor of white, I guess, because the position would be open. This bishop is good here. Let's see what happened here. D3, a couple of pieces traded here, and here a brave decision by Bibi Sara. She sacrificed an exchange here. Queen H5. She's going to capture E5, and she's trying to find some compensation for an exchange sacrifice that she gave earlier. So very soon, Nino is in a very difficult situation. It's equal, but still it's not easy to find the moves. She had plenty of options, but she chose King D7. Probably was not the best move, but it's a practical choice. I'm not sure it was the only choice. G6 was playable as well. After Queen E5, she could have played Rook G8 probably, but it's not very nice setting for black. That's why probably she played King D7. Now the king is uncastled, and it is on in the middle of the board, but Bibi Sara has sacrificed an exchange. I believe she has enough compensation. The bishop on C8 is blocked. She cannot develop the bishop. It's not a very nice pawn structure for black. She has plenty of weaknesses here. And if Bibi Sara managed to bring out the knight, and then that would be an easy game for her. She captured the pawn, of course. Now the D4 pawn is hanging. Now Probably she has to be careful. Queen f6 was played in order to exchange the queens, but of course we should refuse exchanging the queens because that would simplify the position, and as Bisara has sacrificed an exchange, she has to keep the queens on the board. Queen e2 was played. I'm going to switch across the boards and see the other game. Hompi Conero, she has a very difficult task here to win the game against Maria Muzicuk. Maria won the first game. Let's see what happened in this game. I'm going to start from the beginning. That's a Semislav structure. White has delayed, pushing the pawn on d4. Queen c2, it's a theoretical line. After this exchange, the knight can come up here on b5 and offer trading the knight with the bishop. Knight c6, and after trading the pieces, the position is equal. White has two bishops, but Black has the center. It's easier for Black to develop the pieces. Bishop b5 was played. She's simply threatening, exchanging the pieces and capturing e5 pawn. So what to do here? I'm not sure if bishop g4 is an option, because after bishop c6, she can trade for the knight at first and then recapture the bishop on c6. That's an option. Or she can simply defend the pawn and later try to bring out the bishop and putting the rook on the long file. It's very solid. It's very solid for Maria, the position. She has 2 minutes up on the clock, 13 minutes against 11 minutes. For the viewers who are just joining the broadcast, we are watching semifinals, the second game. Today is only the rapid games, and tomorrow the players will come back to play the blitz games. The games are 15 minutes plus 10, and the system is knockout. The winners will qualify for the finals. We have only 2 boards. Muzicuk Maria against Conero Hampi and Nino Vasiashvili against Asabayeva Bibisara. I let the players to think and to make decisions here. I'm going to switch the board. Nino against Bibisara. It's a very exciting game. Bibisara sacrificed an exchange, and here Rook b8 was played simply to defend, to going out of this diagonal and simply playing b6 to develop the bishop. White has a good advantage here. She has good compensation for the exchange sacrifice that she made earlier. White pieces are developing. Knight on e4. That would be a nice place. Or probably she's waiting first the bishop come out, trading the bishops, and then knight e4. Or maybe, I'm not sure if knight f3 is a good option, because bishop d6 can protect the square. If you play knight f3, bishop d6, and then bishop d6, maybe bishop g5, trying to bothering the queen, and the queen has to move, and e5 square would be for white, and d4 would be hanging as well. I'm going back to the game. She's still thinking and considering alternatives, maybe knight e4. I'm going to switch the board and look at the game of Maria against Conero Hampi. Maria is a former world champion. She's a very tactical player. And on the other hand, Conero Hampi, she was world champion in rapid games. She was a silver medalist as well in rapid games. She's a very solid player, but she needs to win the game if she wants to stay in the tournament. So, as I anticipated earlier, they played bishop g4 and trading the pieces. She has two options. She can capture on b7, but then bishop g2 is coming, or maybe she can play simply rook b8, or gf3, simply opening up this line, and we see that the bishop on b2 is looking at this diagonal. Anyway, computer likes very much white pieces. Both players have only 10 minutes. As we know, in rapid games, time is very valuable, so it's very important to not waste the time. Usually in rapid and blitz games, the player who has better nerves play better and should have better performance. I'm not saying it's the only factor, but it's very essential to manage the time and to not fall for the time trouble. It seems that Hampi chose gf3. She opened the line. bc6 was played. Now the position is equal. Let's see if she can create some complication here, because the position is simple. Rook c1 was played. c6 is weak. She can defend easily with rook c8. However, this file is open and the king is vulnerable, but white has not enough pieces. But probably it's the only chance to create some complication. Maybe later bringing the queen into the action to put the pressure on e5, and maybe later pushing the pawn on f4. I'm going to switch the board and look at the game Bibi Sara against Nino. So finally, she chose knight e4. Queen g6 and knight g5. Probably she's looking for putting pressure on e6. That's the weakness here. But the computer doesn't like this move at all. Bishop h3, maybe we capture the pawn. She still has to bring the other pieces to the action. So maybe that's why the computer doesn't like this choice. I mean, it's equal, but she had some advantage earlier. I'm going to switch the board. What happened here? Rook c1, rook c8, and queen c5. So it seems like Humpy is trying to exchange the pieces and going to the endgames and showing her skills in the endgames. As we know, she is a very well-known player, that she plays very good in endgames. So probably she saw her chances to going to endgames. If we trade the queens and knight d7, yes, it was played on the board. Knight d7 was played, rook a5 probably, but then we can simply, I'm under fire. I can anticipate the moves, that's great. Rook c7, she's protecting the a7 pawn. It seems very solid for black. I'm not sure how white can create some complication here, because Konaro Humpy has to win the game if she wants to stay in the tournament. Because Maria Muzichuk, she won the first game. So she's 1-0, leading this match. She's 1-0 up. Probably king e2, bringing the other rook. The position is equal. White has slight advantage. But we will see if it's enough to win the game or not. I'm going to switch the board. Let's see the other match is running. Let's see what happened after knight g5. Bishop b7. They traded the bishops. Now queen f3. Did she find some tactical resources? But she has king c8, I guess. She played rook b8. If she played knight f7, black can play bishop d6 and to give up the exchange that she took earlier, and the position will stay equal. The question is whether she goes for knight f7 or she wants to keep the position in balance. I believe this is a logical decision. Yes. We will have some update. Yes. Knight f7 was played. Bishop d6 was obligatory to defend e5 and the rook on h8 at the same time. So she took back the exchange, and now she developed the pieces. She has some weaknesses here. The pawn structure is not perfect for black, but it's fine, it's equal. Now h5. Nino is trying to attack here on the king. Probably rook e1, and to exchange the queens, she plays simply h4 to avoid h5, to avoid h4 for black. But it makes g3 a bit vulnerable temporarily. But at the same time, we'll have g5 square for the bishop, so why not? So now the position is equal. However, earlier, Bibisara, she had upper hand in the opening. She made an exchange sacrifice. Bishop e7 was played. We can simply move the king aside. Maybe king h2 is good enough to neutralize the threat. So I'm going to switch the board and look at the other game. So Konaro Hampi, she is a very strategic player. She's very good in the end games. She exchanged the queens and went to the end game here. She brought the other rook to the action and then d4 to fix the weakness of c6 here. The king came up closer. Black is slightly better. She has more practical chances to win the game, but still it's not easy. She has only 3 minutes. But Maria, she won the first game. So a draw would be enough to qualify for the finals. Let's see how she wants to progress here. She's a grandmaster. Maybe she can find some good resources. Yes, DE5, finally she opens the diagonal for her bishop. So she's creating some play here, some complication, even in endgames. Now e4 was played and she's provoking d4, and e5 would be weak. Maybe later she can break through with f4, or maybe she can simply bring the king to protect the pawn on d5. Is it possible? We'll have some tactical details here. Probably it's not possible because we'll have rook c6 and then a d5, and she will be a pawn up. Pass pawns here. So that would be very tricky. King e6 is a mistake. So in this case, she doesn't have much options. Probably she has to push the pawn. Or probably I'm missing some resources. So let's see if she chooses to play d4 or not. She has 4 minutes. Hampi has 2 minutes. We see how the grandmaster Konaro Hampi, she created some amazing game. She exchanged the queens and she got an advantage here. She has a better position now. However, earlier it was equal completely. So while the players are thinking, she played d4. She played d4. Now, probably f4, that would be interesting. We see how Humpy improved her position little by little, move by move. She's showing some Grandmaster's move. She played f4. Now the bishop shows its upper hand because the position is open, so the bishops would be better. Black has a very weak pawn on c6, and if she play e4, she has to play finally e4 probably, and then we will have a pass protected pawn on e4. Actually, she's not forcing to play ef4. I want to correct myself. Probably c5 is still possible here. But anyway, if we play c5, then we can take on e5, and then f4 is coming. Yes, f4 is coming. And she'll have very strong pawns here. I'm going back to the game. What happened? Yes, it's on the board. f4 was played. So she has very strong pawns here. c5 is very weak. Probably later she can challenge the pawn chains here by b4. She has only 2 minutes. Conor Humpy. She's in a must-win situation. She's doing a great job creating a very nice game. She got the advantage in a very equal position. I'm going to switch the board and see what happened in the other game. It's equal, but let's see what happened here earlier. And then she simply sacrificed. I mean, the pawn on h4 is hanging, but probably she's counting on rook h1, so Nino refused to take the h4 pawn. Probably it was nice to capture the king and bring the rook, but at the same time, the pawn on g4 would protect the f3, and that would be a square to bring the rook here. Rook e1 was played after trading the queens. It's a very equal position. She's trying to break the pawns here, but I believe it's very difficult. She wants to bring the rook probably here and try to open up here, but the king would come here on c6. She played rook a8. a practical move, just waiting. She was actually trying to create a passed pawn by rook a8. Rook a1. King c6 was played. The rook switches the file. Now giving check. So they proposed draw, and the game finished draw. So they will go to the sudden death, and that will decide who will be qualified for the finals. I'm going to look at the other board. After f4, c5, and she pushed the other pawn, a practical decision, and she avoided any moves like g5, because that's an idea usually, to maybe sacrifice a pawn and to regain the square on e5 for the knight, because it's a very nice square here. So she played h4 to avoid all the pawn breaks here. Knight b6, b4. Okay, now she's trying to attacking on the basis of this pawn chain, trying to trade the pawns and put the bishop on d4. So both players are in the time trouble. They don't have enough time, so they have to be really quick. We see an update here. She took the pawn, and now she can go for bishop d4. It's on the board. White has very good chances to win the game. She has a huge advantage. The knight is trapped here, and the bishop is very strong here. The b4 pawn is not a great pawn, so she can simply activate her king. Yes, she did it. We're watching a very nice game from Conor Hampi against Muzychuk Maria. This is a very difficult game because Conor Hampi, she has to win the game. Because she lost the first game. Maria played rook d7. She's trying to make some tricks here. To play knight c4, but of course, Hampi will not fall for it. h5, simply to create passed pawns. Two passed pawns here. She decided to only play waiting moves because it's practically is losing for black. h6 was played. So if the rook can reach here on h8, she has very good chances to count on this h6 pawn. Waiting move from Maria Muzychuk. She played rook e5, I guess. Now she played rook b5 to capture the other pawn. This is completely winning for white, but both players are under time pressure, both are in time trouble. So she cannot survive this pawn. Both players are playing very quickly. They don't have enough time. She played rook c1 to create some counterplays, but rook b4 is coming. Now let's see if she goes for this pawn. She played a4, that's a very nice move. To capture a7 pawn. Probably bishop a3, or maybe simply moving the king. That would be enough. Yes, moving the king. And now maybe we can capture the pawn on a7, or we can attack the knight, but it will jump. I'm not sure. She played rook b7 check. Now she took the pawn. She has a passed pawn here, but on the other hand, black has a passed pawn here too. So they exchange the pieces, and now black has to bring the rook here. And black is counting on his pawn. a6 is a natural move to push the pawn to make a queen. And now black king has to run to this side, otherwise white will play a7 and gives a check and promotes to queen. So she's running to g7 simply to avoid this kind of tactics. White is completely winning, but Hampi is under time pressure. 17 seconds, but I believe that would be enough for our great Grandmaster Konero Hampi. She has several World Champion medals in rapid games. She was finalist in World Cup as well. So that would be a very easy end game for Hampi Konero. The king is coming close and probably just pushing the pawn. She has two passed pawns. h4 was played. She can come and capture the pawn, I guess. At first she played e5, and she wants to run with the pawn. The king is coming close. It's completely hopeless for Muzicuk Maria. Konero Hampi, she's a very well-known grandmaster, Indian grandmaster. She plays very good in end games. She's very experienced. King h2 was played, so she has to just move here, repeat the moves if she doesn't want to lose the pawn. And the other pawn is coming, and the king cannot move from this side, so she resigned the game. Maria Muzichuk resigned the game. It was a very beautiful game from Conor Rohampi. So Conor Rohampi managed to win the game, to equalize the points, and they are going to Armageddon. In the other games as well, Nino Batsiashvili against Bibisara Asabaeva, they made a draw. So we will have 2 games in sudden death, and it will decide who will qualify for the finals. We will have a short break and we will come back. Yes. So welcome back. We are here in Saint-Tropez, Women's Chess Tour, European League, and we are in Vignoble, Tropez. So the games are started. We have the Armageddons. We have 2 games, and the sudden death will decide who will be qualified for the finals. We have Maria Mazicek against Conero Hampi, and here we will see the game has started in Italian. They repeated until here, but this time Maria has chosen d3. Now h6, very typical move to avoid bishop g5, or maybe play g5, very brave move later. c3 was played, very theoretical line here. d6, both players, they know the opening, and they are very well prepared. In the other game, we have Asabaeva Bibisara against Vasiashvili Nino. So the game has started here. She played knight c3 for this Jobava line, I guess. Now c5 was played, e3 to develop the bishop, cd4, ed4, and a6 was played to avoid knight b5, to play knight c7, and then knight f3. She's trying to simply develop her pieces, and knight c6, and bishop g4 was played. So she will not have the problem with the bishop here. So both players are playing very fast. Nino played bishop e2. She doesn't want to stay here under pin, so they exchange the pieces, and now e6 was played, knight e2, and she simply developed her pieces. Bibisara has black pieces, and if she wins the game, she will be qualified for the finals. As we see, black pieces has less time on the clock, but if she make a draw, that would be enough to be qualified for the finals. So Nino is trying to play quickly to put Bibisara in time pressure. Bibisara has less time, but it seems that she knows very well her preparation and she plays very fast, so it seems it's quite equal. Bibisara has 6 minutes and 46 seconds, and Nino has more time on the clock, but she has to win the game. Rook e8 was played. Maybe later she tried to play e5, but actually I believe that's not a very good decision, but because it will open up the position and it would be in favor of 2 bishops, but it's playable. Knight f4 was played in order to improve the place of knight, and she wants to bring the knight on d3, and from d3 she sees very well e5 square. In this type of positions we have minor attacks. She can push the pawns and play b4. As we see, she played quickly b5, a3 and a5, and she tries to attack white's pawn chain and create some weaknesses here. Knight d3 was played, and now she wants to trade the bishops and put the knight on c5, but she doesn't let, Bibisara doesn't let white to play b4 to seize the control of c5 square. It's a very typical plan. So she's trying to create some weaknesses here. White has two bishops, but the center is closed. So that's why the position is roughly equal. So Nino has to be very quick if she wants to keep the upper hand on the clock. Knight e5 was played. c3 is weak. But black has no weaknesses here. She has easier game. So a draw would be enough for Bibisara to qualify for the finals. So let's switch to the other board. How did this happen? Let's see quickly. A theoretical line. White tries to launch the pawns. a5 was played to avoid all of this mess. Bishop e3 was played. They traded the bishop, and now the f line is open. Sometimes white goes for this h5, but knight is not available here because she can play knight e4. Or probably it is available because she can play knight g6. That's a typical plan, but yes, I see it's a tactical resource. If she plays knight h4, she can play knight g4 probably. Still knight g6 is coming. So anyway, she played knight a3. She wants to develop the knight probably here. She wants to bring the knight here probably. I don't like it here, but we'll see. Bishop e6 was played. So the knight was on a3 because she knew that she would play bishop e6, and after trading the bishops, she can bring the knight on c4. And it's a very good square to see the e5 pawn to avoid d5. Queen c2 was played. Probably she's protecting the e4 pawn in order to push the pawns and seize the center. Queen e7 was played. Simply bring the rook. d4 was played. She is seizing the initiative, but still the game is drawn. Is equal. b6 was played to simply protecting a5 pawn. And d5. She's trying to fixing the center, and she has to go back. b4 was played. That's a very nice game from Maria Muzichuk, because if she captures, if she trades the pawns here, she can create a pass pawn. So it was a very nice plan here. She could open up this file and creating a pass pawn here. Rook b1 was played. Now she's simply bringing the rooks, and in the right moment she will try to push the pawn by a5, a6 and creating the pass pawn. Rook b8 was played. So let's see if she wants to push the pawn. Probably no, that's not a good idea, I guess. Anyway, Maria played knight fd2. We will see later what is the plan of playing knight ft2. Probably she's protecting e4 pawn and releasing the queen from this task. Rook fc8, probably she's trying to push the pawn one day. But be careful. Queen d3 is a nice move because it's not defended. The knight on a6. Konaro is down to 1 minute and she has only 1 minute and 50 seconds. She has the black pieces, but if she can manage to make a draw, she will be qualified for the finals. At the same time, Maria is trying to creating some initiative and to creating some dynamics here, pushing the pawns, but it's not easy. She has the advantage. Queen d7 was played. Both players are playing really quickly. Oh my god, that's nice. Knight e5. They traded the knights, but Maria took a pawn, but still it's not enough to win the game. She can play rook a8 and to recapture the pawn, but she preferred to play c6. Konaro, she preferred to play c6 and she's working on this pin. Knight c4 was played. cd5. White has a small advantage on the position, in the position and also on the clock. She has 3 minutes. However, Konaro has 1 minute and a half. d5 was played, attacking the knight, but we have two beautiful passed pawns. She played a5 and she simply returned to protect the pawns. She's bringing the rook to the action. The knight on b6 is very well placed. These two pawns are very dangerous. White has a huge advantage. Let's see if Konaro Hampi can find some tactical resources to come out of this complicated position. Knight a4. She's simply improving her knight. She has 2 minutes more than her opponent, Maria Mizicuk. She has the upper hand on the clock and in the position. Queen d6. She wants to bring the rook on the 7th rank. At the same time, she is attacking on b4 pawn. Knight c5. How the picture changed fast. Now knight c5, rook d2, and rook d1. I think she blundered something. She missed some tactical resources here. But Konaro missed it as well. Probably she... Here, I don't see how to win the game here. I mean, how to equalize the game. But rook d1 was a mistake. After this exchange, now There were some chances for Konaru Hampi, but she has slipped it away. Rook d7. A very nice game by Muzichuk Maria. Knight e4. She has 2 passed pawns. She has 1 minute more than Konaru Hampi. She is in a winning position. She has to be careful and she has to be fast. Probably moving the rook somewhere. That would be enough. But rook d8 is coming. She's creating some threats. She decided to play queen d3. That's a very nice move. If rook takes, if rooks, I want to show it quickly, probably here. She can play knight f6 and here rook d8. I'm going back to the game. Maria simply exchanged the pieces. Queen d3 and she's threatening knight f6. It's a very difficult situation for Konaru Hampi. Maria has 2 pawns, 2 passed pawns. The game is about to finish. It's completely winning for white. Knight c5 or queen d8 simply. She has a huge advantage. Queen a8 was played and she's pushing the pawn. This is completely winning. She's trying to create some checks, but is it enough to make a draw? The game is running fast. What happened? Okay, she played queen g8. They are playing really quickly. Maria has a piece up, but they are in time trouble. Oh my god. So finally, Maria Muzichuk won the game on the clock and in the position. So Maria Muzichuk is qualified for the finals. It was a very beautiful game. So now I'm going to switch to the other board. Batsiashvili Nino against Asabayeva Bibisara. It's a very equal game. So they will finish soon to make a draw. I want to catch up here very quickly to see what happened in their game from the beginning. And yes, here it was a very equal position. She could run the minor attack here in the king side, and after exchanging the pieces, it was only a very equal position. She tried her best to complicate the position, but Bibisara, she managed to exchange all the pieces, and they finished the game in a draw, and finally Bibisara is qualified for the finals. On the other hand, Muzichuk Maria is qualified for the finals. So we will have a short break and we will come back for the finals. So, welcome back to the live coverage of Women's Chess Tour in Saint-Tropez. I'm very delighted to share the commentary desk with Alexandra Kosteniuk, the former world champion and grandmaster.
Hello everyone. Hello Mitra. Sorry for joining so late, but it's better late than never. And I'm very excited to watch the finals of the WR Women's Chess Tour Europe leg. It's about to start. We're gonna witness the first move, and then we can talk more about the tour itself and about how the games went. I just watched the Armageddon, so I'm very, still nerve shaking, and it's very exciting to watch, and I can just imagine what our players feeling right now when they just survived the Armageddon. So
Exactly. We have Muzicek Maria against Asabaeva Bibisara.
yes, I'm sure they both played many games, but we'll see who's gonna win. Maria is also a colleague of mine, we can say, former women's world champion, and Bibisara is a 3 times Blitz world champion, women's Blitz world champion, so both are very experienced, very strong. Bibisara is younger, usually it's a big advantage for Rapid and Blitz, but she just arrived from US after competing in the Cairns Cup, so some jet lag, and she might still be adjusting. But we'll see how it goes. Just 2 games, so the stakes are high, and both of them are willing to win. So it's about to start. We see the playing venue, and the French chess, the president of the French Chess Federation is about to make the first move in the final.
We have a very nice playing hall, very nice setting. The chairs are designed by Corbusier, a very famous architect.
Okay.
Very stylish.
For the final, we're down to just 2 players who will be battling it out for the title of this rapid leg. On the white side for this first game, Bibisara Asabaeva from Kazakhstan, and on the black side, Maria Muzicek from Ukraine. Before we get started, we'll have a ceremonial first move, but also a few words by the president of the French Chess Federation, Grandmaster Éloi Rollange.
Thank you, Fiona. Thank you, everyone. It's a great honor to have such a strong tournament here in France, to be a country hosting one part of the great WR Tour, especially for women chess. So, to all players, I wish you the best for this final. Be inspired. I hope we'll have a great game. Thank you very much, and maybe we start.
Over to you.
I can choose. Okay. Have a good game.
And yes,
Actually, we
the
have
first
only
move
one
was
game,
made,
yeah.
but it was a ceremonial move by Éloi Rollange, the president of the French Chess Federation, and we see that Bibisara changed, didn't quite agree with it. She played c4, and but then the game kind of transposed to the line that can happen via different move orders, including the first e4. So it's a Panov defense of the Caracan. Right, we have the main tabia. It's if black plays here bishop g4, it's a long theoretical line with some almost drawish endgame. But okay, there are other possibilities. So of course, both players know pretty well theoretical lines. We'll see what line Maria is going to pick. It's a rapid game, so like the opening stage is pretty important, because if you make an inaccuracy in the beginning, then your opponent might have enough time to convert her advantage into a full point. Okay, bishop g4. Okay, let's see. Because actually Bibisara, she does play e4 from time to time, but her main weapon are closed openings. She's been playing e4 in lately, But once again, it's not right her main first move. And as I've mentioned, this bishop g4 is starting a long theoretical chapter with some. We'll see. Bibisara is taking her time. Like bishop g4 is the most direct way for a black to fight for equality.
What are the options for white here?
Yes, of course they can capture. That's I think they can try to develop the bishop without capturing, like bishop e2. But I think it will be already too slow, because then the pawn on c4 and the knight on f3 might be captured, and the pawn on d4 will be hanging. So something like c takes d5, knight takes d5, bishop c4 can be considered, or bishop b5, like something like this I would expect to see. It's quite it's quite interesting to see that Bibisara is taking her time to think at this exact moment, because if she started the game with c4 and after c6 she kind of offered to transpose into one of the Panov attack lines, that you can expect her to know the opening theory. But okay, queen b3 of course is another possibility, attacking the knight on d5. But here we can notice that the knight on f3 is not protected anymore. So capturing the knight, like bishop takes f3, of course comes into my mind, and it's one of the main lines, I think. And after g takes f3, yeah, we'll see. We'll see this line happening.
It's a very theoretical line, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not very in the books, although I should know this line, but something like there is some endgame happening, I think, after knight d4. I think bishop f3, g takes f3, then capturing on d4, knight takes d4. Yeah, it loses. Okay, but it's good to know why it loses.
We have to play e6, I guess, and we will.
Queen b7, knight takes d4, and bishop b5. I think something like this.
Yes.
The line goes, yeah.
Probably that's the
and then you capture and play. Yes, exactly. Knight takes b5, queen takes b5, queen d7. Then white captures, and again the line continues and goes on and goes on. But according to the engine, you see the val bar like standing at 0, 0, 0. But let's get back to have a look at what's happening and to. It's played, right? e6. Yeah. But let's show the line why knight takes d4 was losing. It's probably because of bishop b5 immediately, no? Check. Bishop b5. And then the knight is just lost on d5, yes? That's why it was important to protect it. So e6 is played. There are many things happening. The queen is somewhere. Do we have the current? Can we refresh it somehow? It takes time. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time, because the line is different. Queen
b7 was played, I guess. It's on the board.
Knight b4. Yes, that was bishop b5. Knight takes b5. Queen c6. Check. Yeah, it's probably a better way to approach this endgame, because in the line that we demonstrated after queen b5 and capturing on d7, I don't think black has any troubles. But after queen c6, queen d7 is not possible, right? Because the rook on a8 is hanging, and king e7. There is still queen c5. And after, in case of queen d6, then white can capture on d5 and can keep like d5. And then after queen b4, at least, I'm sorry, the king is on e7. That's the problem. The king is on e7, and it's not possible to play queen b4. And black has to be more accurate to equalize.
Yes.
But once again, nothing is new under the sun. I'm sure there have been hundreds of games in this position, and it's often but of course it's a very secure line for white, and sometimes it's just a question of checking your opponent's memory. If you opening lines such as this one, you see that Maria is already spent 2.5 minutes out of 15. So even if she recalls all nuances, she may reach this equal endgame with 5 minutes left on the clock. And then, I mean, it's tough to be precise when
Exactly.
you're under time pressure.
You're right. So the question is whether she goes for queen d6 or she wants to move the king.
King
would
of
be
six.
option?
King of six. Let's try to see king. What happens after king of six? Yeah, because I mean it looks scary, but and the g file actually can play in white's favor, right? After knight e4, for example. Here.
That looks
And-
very scary.
Yeah, but yeah, here I think rook g1 should be very close to winning. But after king knight e4, I don't know if you can play king e5. Can we check king e5? I mean, yeah,
That's
but
very
should
funny.
be losing.
The
Okay,
king in the center.
it will be nice to find some nice looking checkmate. It can be very
Probably king f5.
yes,
We're
still.
we're trying all the squares.
Yeah, but okay, of course, it's like never try it yourself. Yeah, even if the engine says that it's not like winning completely for white, of course, you should not do that. Well, what else but queen d6? What can let's see? Are there any other options for
I
black?
think she played queen d6 here, or
No, she's
we
still
don't
thinking.
have
She's
yet.
still taking her time, but I think actually it should be played. Queen d6.
Yes.
Because if knight d6, no, knight d6 of course, because it's still like a piece up, right? The black, yes, probably knight d6 is knight takes d5, e takes d5, and
Do we have queen d5?
yes, but black like
That would be a waste of time.
black has a piece, right? An extra
Yeah.
piece. So like if white gives time to black, yeah, let's see castle short.
Yes.
Yes.
To bring the rook in the action.
Yeah, just if the king is on d7, if you have an extra piece, it can be, painful. It can be very unpleasant to play. It's a long-term compensation. So I would try to, if I were black, I would try to escape somehow to the king side. I'm not sure if it's possible or not, like after short side castle, not to play king d7, but to do something else. Unfortunately, like f6 and rook e1 and queen d5 is coming, or queen d5 first, threatening to play rook e1. So what else can be done?
It's interesting.
Maybe
it
king
shows-
but after king e8, the problem is that you can rook e1, you can play bishop e7, yeah, but you cannot castle still. Rook e1 is king e8, queen c6. Yeah, probably is instead of rook
Yes,
e1.
instead of rook e1, we can play.
Yeah, that's a problem.
And that's a winning position for white.
yeah,
Because the
looks-
rook is coming.
Okay, so king e8 doesn't work.
Yes.
What else can I? Okay, king d7 is okay, but I don't really want to stay in the center. Maybe queen d7 or something like this. And after rook e1,
We can play.
yeah, you can play it slowly. That's the problem of this position. At king e1, I wanted to go to d8. Yeah.
And then maybe bishop d2 in order to play.
Yeah, it won't be pleasant. Knight b7, yeah, I have. So it won't be pleasant at all. And like for example, I don't remember this opening line, and like it's extremely difficult to play with your king in the center. And now it's the problem of modern theory. Sometimes players check the engine lights and they see the evaluation like equal, for example, and they say, oh, okay, let's go and play it. But in fact, when you are playing it yourself, it's extremely unpleasant. So this is one of these of such lines. So unless you know it by heart, it's very it can be very annoying to play it by yourself on the board. Okay.
So let's go back to live move, maybe.
So queen d6. Is she still thinking? Yeah. Yeah. My intention, of course, yeah, she's still thinking, but that's a choice, right? Either to play knight d6 to keep this extra knight and to continue suffering, but for material, or to play queen d6, which would be my natural choice to give away this piece, but to just start chasing the queen. But okay, then the question is what to do after knight d5, e takes d5, queen takes b5, right? Because she needs to calculate it and she needs to understand the king is still in the center. So like I would prefer to play f6 here to run with the king towards f7, but no, I'm sorry, queen b7. Yeah,
Queen
I'm
b7,
blundering
yes.
then. So yeah, I'd love to, but it's maybe you should include something like queen rook b8 because of this queen b7. Yes, exactly. And if white plays queen a5, then I can play queen b4. Yeah, exchanging the queens. Okay, hooray! The king in the center in an endgame. It's not always like dangerous. So after rook b8, the question to white: can she, for example, play queen d3 instead? Yes, she should keep the queens on the board and try to castle on the next move. So that's one choice. That's one possibility for black. And another one, as we've discussed, to play knight d6. But once again, if you don't know your opening theory, it's pretty unpleasant. She's clearly either on her own or trying to recall those long theoretical lines, and
Probably she was surprised when Bibisara played the pawn offline.
yeah, definitely, because once again, even though Bibisara has been playing e4 lately and quite often, but she started with c4, probably noticing during her home preparations that her opponent plays most of the time c6. So it kind of eliminates many options. And then she transposed to e4, because as far as I remember, and I did play many games with Maria, as far as I can remember, after e4, she has other opening choices. Sometimes she plays a Sicilian, e5,
Yes, I saw
e6.
she plays
I'm not
Sicilian
sure
most of the time.
what she opted for in this tournament, whether she faced the games with e4 or not. But of course, c6 is also her one of her opening choices. But, hey, clearly Bibisara did a very nice job in terms of her opening preparation, and she prepared this move order, this line, and we can already say that it's quite an unpleasant one, an unpleasant surprise for Maria. It came as a surprise, and as you can see, she's struggling. And she's already down to 5 minutes, and that's what I was saying. Even if she recalls or makes every single move correctly from now on, she's gonna end up in time trouble. And sometimes the evaluation, time trouble, is also a disadvantage. It's a huge disadvantage, and so we should take that into consideration, because after all, it's a rapid game. Well, tomorrow will be blitz, will be even faster, will be another story. But in blitz, if you make a mistake, if you don't remember your opening preparation, if you end up in a worse position, then you can still, use the fact that your opponent also is playing on very low time. While here, Bibisara, she hasn't started the game yet. She's still in opening books, and she has more time than she started with. So yeah, well, let's see how it goes. But meanwhile, we can remind the spectators that it's the final stage of today's rapid event. And the players, actually it's a very short tournament, it's just 2 days. Everyone just arrived last night, and tomorrow they're already, well, not tomorrow, but on the day after they're gonna leave. So tomorrow is gonna be the last day in the closing ceremony, and everything is so fast. And today we've already seen so many games and exciting moments. Well, Mitra was following it with you. Now, I'm very interested to see how this final will go, but these two players, they started playing a long time ago, right? They survived 2 stages already. They moved on, and now it's the final stage of the rapid event. Okay, so what was her choice? And we'll see how it's gonna go. Okay, queen d6, but as I said, she probably tried to make knight d6 work, but realizing that it's really very, very dangerous unless you know the opening by heart, she opted for a safer choice, which is quite understandable, but 3.5 minutes. Yes, she does get 10 seconds every move she makes, and but 10 seconds...
Still, time is very valuable in these rapid games. If she fall in time trouble, that would be very difficult.
Exactly. Okay, I think we've analyzed this line. It came to the conclusion that rook f8, exactly, not blundering the rook as I did by playing f6, should be played, attacking the queen. And now back to white. Yeah, the question is where to go with the queen, because black is happy generally to exchange the queens, since the king is very exposed and open in the center, while white, like on the other side, of course, is willing to keep the queens on board if possible. And after queen e2, queen a4, queen a5, like black is exchanging queens. And after queen e2, they're not really exchanging it automatically, because after queen e6, I just realized there's bishop e3 possibility. But bishop e3, sorry, I keep forgetting that the king is on e7 and there is no bishop before. So, like, black's pieces are a little bit discoordinated, right? We wish we could play bishop before check here. But unfortunately, it's not possible right now. So we'll see. But it still should be like known to Bibisara.
I think she would go for queen d3. That would make the most challenge for black, because she will not propose to trade the queens, and
she just keeps the tension, keeps
exactly.
all the cards open, all the possibilities open, and and queen d3.
That would be the most logical decision after having the advantage.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do in case of queen e6? After queen d3, if I give a check.
Queen e6?
Queen e6, yeah.
Probably king d1.
King d1, nice one. And I keep forgetting that there is no bishop before. Yeah, king d1 looks very nice. So as we see that queen e6 is inaccuracy, and black has to be careful. She has to decide what to do with her king on the open file. Like, once again, like I'd love to play f6 and king f7, but it does, like, I do need 2 moves to make in order to make it happen. And even then, like the king on f7, like, it's not the end of the story. The bishop is still on c8, on f8. And white probably can use this time to create some...
Actually, it doesn't seem so bad, I think. We have enough time to play f6 and king
let's
f7,
try.
maybe.
I mean, we can definitely give it a try, yeah. Then let's pretend white plays castle, right? Short side castle. And then after king f7, I can play rook d1.
And
attacking the pawn on
maybe
d5.
we can give up the pawn.
Maybe you should, because
Yes.
and then you're gonna end up in an endgame without a pawn. What happened?
They play this.
So you see, we're following the story. So yeah, where we are, where they are. Okay, that's a good news for us, at least. I'm not sure if it's good news for them, but it's a very good news for us. And rook d1, it was played, yeah, already? Or
Yes.
not yet? Yeah. No, I think Bibisara is still thinking. King f7 was just played. Yeah,
Yes,
but rook
rook
d1
d1
is
is
quite
coming.
logical, as you can see. The pawn is attacked on d5.
She has a huge
Rook
advantage.
d8, so she
on
decided
time.
she decided not to give up this pawn, because once again, like, a pawn is a pawn, and playing an endgame without a pawn, it's not a very pleasant situation with 4 minutes on the clock.
Exactly.
Okay, but then white just develops her pieces. Bishop e3, attacking the pawn on e7. Rook c1 is coming up. The d5 pawn is weak. The a7 pawn is weak. The bishop is still on f8. The king on f7, like, even if you play bishop e7, and you cannot really develop the rook immediately from h8, because the pawn on h7 will be hanging. So probably black, well, of course, yeah, you see that the engine dislikes bishop e7 because the pawn is hanging. Yeah, you
pawn
can
is
just
hanging,
grab it
right.
and say thank you. Yeah, sometimes it's the best way, the easiest way to proceed. So quite an unpleasant position for black.
Probably rook d7
Maybe,
simply.
yeah, maybe. But once again, rook a to c1 then.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not in a hurry, and
I don't see other resources to...
are there any counter chances to
Defend.
create? Like, I'm thinking about playing h5. Forget about this pawn on a7, and in case of bishop takes a7, play rook h6. Because after all, like, the king is on g1 is also pretty weak.
You're saying
yeah?
h5.
Yeah, h5. Yeah, not a5, h5. Yeah, and then if you take on a7, I play rook h6. At least somehow I developed the rook quite weirdly. And if one day I manage to play queen e5 and bishop d6, I mean, who knows? But at least even if the engine dislikes it, I would still prefer to play for some... Yeah, king h1, that's true.
And in the hard times we can push the pawn probably to give up the pawn.
Yeah.
And bishop d6 is not easy to play because we can play queen d5 probably.
Yeah, I will play queen e5 and I will try my chances, but of course white will not just wait and get checkmated. Of course white will have something to say in this situation. Do I have something else but h5? Does black have some... Who is thinking?
Probably here.
Queen e5 was played?
Queen e5 was played.
She did play... voila. And the idea is if white captures on a7, then there is bishop d6. So idea is pretty similar to the one that we've done. But wait, queen takes d5. That's her idea. Take, and bishop h2.
Yes.
But yeah. So
that's the idea.
Exactly. So queen takes d5, of course, is not the move to make for white.
She played f4, I guess.
She played f4. Okay.
Bishop a7, you were saying bishop d6, yeah.
It was still possible, maybe f4 here.
Yeah.
Like a different move order. Queen takes f4, and then take on d5 with a check and play queen h5, for example. Looks very solid. Maybe after king f8, I even can ignore the pawn on h2 and play bishop c5. I don't know, but nobody, of course. Oh, queen g2 is possible. Anyway, it's already gone. f4 was played. It's also quite a good move. But okay, here at least the pawn is still alive, but once again, I don't like black's chances here at all. Like at all.
She has only 2 minutes.
Yes, and Bibisara, she, as I've already mentioned, she's a very fast player, a young player, and she's very good in situations where her opponent is under pressure, time-wise and position-wise, and she's gonna use her chances. And I think, we can, I don't know, put 95% on the victory of white here. Like it's going to be a huge upset if Maria escapes. Upset for Bibisara if Maria escapes with a draw in this game.
Yes.
So the match is starting very well for Bibisara for sure. Yeah, and this game is a very nice example of how important the openings are. And nowadays there are so many openings.
It was a very tricky decision to play Caracol here.
And this tricky decision and this well done preparation did give her a very nice advantage, positional advantage and also time advantage. So it's just up to her to be precise. And to convert it into full point, which is not always easy, never easy, I even can say. And the stronger your opponent is, the more difficult it is actually to convert, because they don't resign. They are very resilient. They try their very, very few chances they might have. And
probably she can play queen d4. But d7 is coming.
My choice would be to play rook c1, just to bring this rook into
c1,
play.
Yes, yeah, it's a natural move.
What to do after that? Of course there are other moves. Like she plays queen to b3, but that's very concrete and very interesting indeed. So she knows that her king is pretty exposed, right? So imagine the queen getting to g4, for example, yeah? Queen c8, queen g4, black queen. Then it might start, but what's wrong with it? Why it dropped to 0, 0, 0, the eval bar? Probably because black can capture on b3. And this endgame is not as bad as it looks. d4, d4, is it possible? Not yet. Probably we need to prepare. We need to play king e6 first. Can we? No. So, I can play rook d7 also, but I want to develop my bishop somehow.
Yes, rook d7 is more precise.
Okay, so and after rook a7, capture.
And then she can play king e6 and finally she can release the pieces.
And you see those 2 pawns, because after all, white has a very bad structure on the king side. So yes, two pawns are extra pawns and advanced pawns, but somehow like you see that the engine gives like almost the equal evaluation. Yeah, that happens sometimes when you prefer to play it very safe, and as we can see, white. But black didn't exchange.
What happened after Queen?
I think
Queen
bishop
D3. She played.
Or
bishop
no?
E7.
Was it played? Yeah, bishop E7. But that's okay. Anyway, she's already under time pressure, and still, I think.
Can we try Queen B8 to capture the pawn?
Yeah,
maybe?
that's what I think she did. It's interesting because for me, if I were black, I would of course prefer to keep the queens on the board, and if I were white, I mean, I would prefer to not to exchange the queens. And if I were black, I would prefer to keep them on the board. But those players, they're doing vice versa, and they're insisting on doing quite the opposite. But now, okay, it's another story. Yeah? B3 probably is the move, just to protect the pawn
just
and
to take one of the pawns.
One of the pawns. The pawns are not doubled on the B file yet, and yeah, somehow this queen's exchange move order is
How
worse
can we
for.
survive after B3.
Well, she is gonna need to sacrifice a pawn, probably play rook D8 or
B8, okay.
B3. Which pawn is the question? Yeah, to sacrifice maybe rook B7 to sacrifice the pawn on D5. Although I would prefer to give up the A7 pawn somehow visually. You know.
Really?
Yeah,
Because
rook H to D8.
Are you afraid from this?
Well, it's too late to be
connected
afraid.
fast pawn?
But after rook H to D8, bishop A7, rook B4, I immediately have some counterplay, and I think it's more important to have counterplay than those. Of course, I'm afraid. Of course, I understand that if those pawns start rolling, it's game over. But for example, if she plays rook D4, oops,
I'm
yes,
sorry, yes.
that's okay, that's fine. Yeah, we have rook B4 at the end. Yes. Instead of rook B7, yeah, we were analyzing rook H to D8.
Yes.
But okay, now it's not happening. Anyway, the initiative is very important, and after rook B8, white captured on D5. Back to live mode, we probably can. Yep, here we go. Rook D5, rook B2, rook D7. Okay. Well, some initiative still, but bishop C5 is a very big threat, and that's the problem. Like, I'd love to play king E6. The problem is that after rook takes A7, I think F5 is still a very unpleasant threat, so black needs to spend more time. And time in chess, it's a very interesting factor that's quite hard to explain, because usually, like in terms of material, everyone understands. Yes, that the queen is worth of 9 pawns, like a piece is like a rook is 5, pieces are 3, like knight and bishops. But what is time? And sometimes time is just priceless. Yeah, if you have time to checkmate the king, that's over. And
she has only 44 seconds.
Yes. So let's also not forget exactly about the time. But once again, not the time in the position, but the time on the clock. So we're gonna talk a lot about time. That's our key word. Yeah, let's just watch and see, because we're not gonna really dive into lines anymore. I think rook E1 is screaming to be played. But maybe she's gonna calculate and take on A7 first, which is awesome. Nothing is wrong with that. I don't see. Actually, rook E1, I want to use the fact that the bishop is pinned, but in fact, keeping the rook on A1 behind the passed pawn on A2 also looks pretty nice.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, rook A7, why not? If you can capture a pawn and then just push it, A5, A4, A6, the plan is very, very easy. And if after rook A7, rook C2, rook A2, black tries to exchange those pieces, then the pin will be like A4 I play, and rook A2 is not possible, because I capture and then I play bishop C5,
yes.
yeah, and then it's a winning endgame. Even though rook E2 is possible to protect the bishop, but then A5 and the pawn just promotes.
Exactly.
So let's see what choice Bibisa. But she did opt for the most aggressive one. Yeah, that's once again, nothing is wrong with rook A7. But yeah, somehow I also wanted to play rook E1 just to to attack this bishop. I
She's
want to play bishop
threatening
d4.
rook e7,
Or,
yes,
yeah, exactly,
directly.
in any move order. But after rook takes a2, for example, I think bishop d4 will be played. Or even bishop a7. Why not take a pawn?
Yes, why not take the
And
pawn?
then rook e8, bishop c5, and the game is over, basically.
Yes, so true.
Okay. Yeah, so Maria is indeed in big trouble. Yes.
She played
And
rook
that's happening,
e8.
yeah? That's on the board.
Yes.
Well, she's trying to protect the bishop, but unfortunately, like I can capture on e7, and after king f8,
What happens if we play?
also possible. I
Bishop
don't know. I
c5
wanted
directly.
to capture, but bishop c5. Of course, you're right. Yes, you can attack directly. That's true. Yeah, and she just resigned. So congratulations to Bibi Sara. A very nice opening preparation. And then, even though she did make an inaccuracy, she did decided to play it safe by playing queen b3, and she did give Maria like nice chances to survive, but at the end the time situation on the clock was crucial.
She was in time trouble.
Exactly, and so she's leading now. Bibi Sara is leading 1-0, and Maria is going to have another chance. She will need to win back in order to equalize the match and to get us to the Armageddon. Why not to have 3 stages with Armageddons? But of course, Bibi Sara will try to do her best not to make it happen. So the next game is starting very soon, I believe in 10 minutes or so. And we should be back with...
We will have a short break, I guess. And then we will be back with the second game after finals.
Yes, exactly. See you then.
Welcome back to the live coverage of Women's Chess Tour in Saint-Tropez. We are honored to have Éloi Rollange, the president of French Chess Federation.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, Éloi. Welcome to our studio. Are you enjoying the tournament?
Sure. It's one of the best players in the world in this special format, which is a cup system. Very easy to understand, very easy to follow, with tension that is growing up round after round, game after game. Also, it's fast games at the end, so it's very entertaining. Mm-hmm. So this is the format I think we should promote chess in general.
Well, I know that you're using the same format for the French Championship. You switched a few years ago, and now I've been following the French Championship for now a few years with the same format, but starting with classical. games.
Yes, French championship. Okay, first of all, for each federation, for every federation, it's very important. The national championship is very important. And then we decide, when we get elected to French federation, that the most important is not, okay, it's weird to say that, but it's not the players, it's the public who is looking at the competition, because it's the national championship should be aiming at bringing new people to chess.
But don't tell that to the players, right?
Yes. We have to tell that to the players, because the players say we don't like the formula, because you know it's a bit stressful,
yes,
and so it's more comfortable to be here for 10 days playing a round robin tournament, which is more usual. But then we go against the players' view, but for the public, because we think it's important to promote chess, and the format is good for promoting chess.
Great. So you believe in this format, and I know that France, well, it's a very chess country. There are many strong players, strong grandmasters. How many members of the French federations there are?
We have 1,000 chess clubs and 100,000, almost 100,000 players with going to the club and playing competitions. Probably France is the biggest country for organization of tournaments. We have more than 5,000 tournaments every year, FIDE tournaments, so it's really a lot. And the federation is very well structured for quite a long time. For competitions, like the club competitions, we have 5 or 6 levels of from small districts to large championship. The young championship, we have almost 2,000 young people playing the final young championship, and for this year we have 1,400 players for the national championship. So it's very, very popular right now. We have double the number of players in 5 years. So after the COVID, after the Queen's Gambit, everything was growing very fast, and in France we double the number of players. So we are very happy with this.
But there are not so many international competitions, and I'm very happy actually that this tournament, although it's a rapid and blitz, but it's happening in France, because once again, France is an amazing country. There is a love for the games. There are many people who are playing chess, who are following chess, and there are not so many events international of the international caliber. So do you plan to expand to see more of those?
You are completely right,
exactly.
Alexandra.
Of course I am.
No, because we have to make priorities. So my priority for me was to make chess in every school. Well, I mean, not every school, but a maximum number of schools in France. I want teachers to train, to show the rules of chess to young people in the schools. So this was the main focus.
Okay.
International tournaments, large tournaments, this big organization with that are quite difficult. You have to handle, to manage chess superstars. Already, normal chess players are not easy, but chess superstars are quite complicated. So it's not my specialty, let's say. And in my team, we just decide to focus on chess development in the schools. Also in France, it's not so easy because everything is quite expensive. So to have these large FIDE events or ECU events like European Young Championship, it's not easy because the price will be very expensive compared to, let's say, Greece or Turkey. They have large hotel with everything is included. Accommodation is very fine. In France, we don't have such places, so it's very difficult to host these tournaments, and it's not our priority as well.
Okay.
That's why.
Okay, but probably when the number of people, young people playing chess growing, also international tournaments will come one way or another.
Yeah.
It will be a pleasure. And right now we're in France, at the south of France, in Tropez, sunny Tropez with a little bit of thunderstorms, but we can enjoy a very high-level international tournament, and I'm very happy about that. Also because of the fact that it's women's tournament, and women's chess is very dear to my heart. Did you have someone you was supporting or hoping to?
Yes. Demonté, of course.
It's an easy question.
The French, she was French champion, not this year, but she was already French champion, and she's French, so she's playing for our national team at the highest board for many years. So I was expecting Demonté to have good results here, but obviously it's the tournament is very difficult, and well, we'll see tomorrow. So,
Yes, of course.
But I like also Bibi Sarah because I know her for quite a long time. I saw she was playing in France in the Cap d'Agde tournament. So she's very young now, but she was before 5 years ago. She was even younger, and she was playing with the best players. And we saw that she has a great talent, and so she's still playing, and it's nice to see her.
Yeah, and she's still coming to France. Okay, and I know that the second game is about to start of this rapid event. It's starting shortly, and Maria is going to play white. She's in a must-win situation. Do you think we'll see another Armageddon?
I like very much Armageddon, but we'll see. Obviously, it's very difficult to win on demand against a strong player like Bibi Sarah, but Maria is one of the best players in the world, so she can do it.
But actually it happened in this tournament, right? Elizabeth Pett, she lost the first game to Bibi Sarah, but she did manage to come back. So, like, even though Bibi Sarah, of course, is very strong, but...
And we should consider that she has white pieces.
Yes,
so
that helps as well. But we saw players even winning back with the black pieces in this tournament on demand. Yeah, like Nino Botsashvili against Deimante Deolite. And unfortunately for the French public, Deimante lost in the Armageddon. But yeah, it's about to start, and yeah, you see that we are here in the open studio, so we also can invite actually spectators and public who are not far away from Saint-Tropez to pass by tomorrow to have a look.
So it will start at 3 p.m.
Yes.
Here tomorrow.
And it's going to be blitz. It's going to be very exciting, and yeah, we hope to see you all in Saint-Tropez in person because, well, once again, international tournaments are not happening very often, and it's nice to see it live because you do feel the atmosphere, the vibe. What about Samarkand? Any plans for the French national teams to win the event?
To win the event is very optimistic.
Okay. You need to set
for women's
the bar
team,
high.
it's difficult. For men's team as well. So usually we stand around 10th place in both women and open section. But no, you have such a strong teams with Uzbekistan is very strong. India is very, very strong. So these two countries, maybe there are 2 or 3 more that are really a step ahead of other teams.
And what's your goal then of those national teams?
Well, to create performance in sports and in chess, the same. It will be built in a 5 to 10 years perspective.
Yes.
Our team is both open and women is quite old. I mean, it's around 40 years old.
Yeah.
Most of the players, so it's a bit too much to expect that they will improve their game. I mean, unfortunately, but so we work a lot with young people. We build some. We follow them all the year. We have some seminar with them, and we have a pool of 12 or 14 trainers that will follow them all the time. So we hope that in, well, let's say 5 to 10 years, we will have renew both teams with very gifted players.
Great.
But we don't expect to win Olympiad in the
This
next
year, not
We
yet.
still
this
have
year.
very strong team. We have Sophie Mier, we have
Marie Sebag,
Sebag,
right, is
she's a
playing.
grandmaster.
Yeah.
And Sophie Mier, she won the French championship. And we have Deimante, she's a very good player as well.
Hopefully he's getting a good training. So
Yes,
yeah.
exactly.
No, you are completely right. I'm always pessimistic, but this is. But we have a very strong team, of course. Both teams are very strong, and
Yes, exactly.
we can make surprise, of course.
Great. Yes. Well, of course, we wish you all the best, and your teams all the best. And thank you so much for coming. We see that the second game of the WR Women's Chess Tour 2026 Europe League in Saint-Tropez is about to get started. Maria Muzichuk is in a must-win situation. So yes, thank you, Eloi, for joining us, and we'll be coming back in a while to bring this game to you. So stay tuned. And we're back, right?
Yes. So the game started. It's a Sicilian variation, and
They are
C3
lapping. They are lapping.
is on the
My
board.
pet line. But yeah, I've seen it quite sometimes, quite a few times in Anna's games. But now we see that Maria is also playing it. And I'm happy. I'm happy to follow this game very much because once again I've been playing this lapping line for, oh my God, more than 26 years now or something like yes, and I've been enjoying it a lot, so I will know more theoretical lines in this exact game than in the Panoff line that we discussed in the first one, and that helps to commentate something you know better. And I know also, I've noticed, if I'm not mistaken, of course I briefly glanced because I've been running here, that Bibisara actually lost to Elizabeth Pets in some kind of, well, a lap
Similar
in similar,
positions,
but with knight f3, e6, a little bit different, but still, okay, d6. Let's focus on this one
Yes.
because
Actually, that's a good option because in d4 when we create an isolated pawn, it will create a good dynamic and it will create some good chances to attack. It's not a bad choice.
Yes, exactly. So White, of course, wants to play and willing to play d4. The question is whether she wants to play it now, but then the isolated pawn will be on the board. Or she can start actually by playing knight a3 first. Knight f3 is also an option, but then bishop g4 will come. So knight a3 or knight f3 or d4, like there are different moves. Knight f3, I think the problem is that black will play c4. And then actually, I think I had a game with Kamer. I captured on c4. But it's the wrong decision. Not here. I'm sorry. I'm mistaken with the queen on d8. But yes, bishop c2. But in that
Maybe
case,
queen e6.
yes, queen e6 is one of the main ideas. And then after queen e2, there might be an endgame. And White will try to undermine the pawn on c4 by playing b3 and preparing this pawns in the center actually to move forward. And actually, we're seeing this happening. Yes, that's exactly the move that we discussed.
But the queen trades would be in favor of Bibisara.
Well, we do think so, that yes, that somehow psychologically when you exchange queens, you're getting closer to a draw, but the game is still ahead. And what I mentioned, that White's plan is pretty simple, even though we see once again the engine evaluation, which is 0-0, but White is going to play, we can,
Queen e2.
she's still thinking because king f1 is another option. I forgot
Yes.
to king f1. She can play king f1 and try to keep the queens on the board.
Is it an option?
Yeah, it is an option. Yeah, it looks weird, but it is an option.
And later to play
later b3,
b3 maybe?
Knight e3, and that's actually
Keep the
what is
tension.
happening. Like queen e2 is a possibility, but yes. There are some nuances in this line, and we see that the queen on e6 is kind of discoordinating black's pieces a little bit, so bishop g4 is not possible, and that means that black will need to spend one more tempo to move it away somehow, to open up the road for the bishop on c8 and the pawn on e6, unless black plays g6 and starts developing via this side, bishop g7 and then castle. But then once again, White's plan is to play b3, knight a3 to attack the pawn on c4. And then hopefully when the pawn is removed from c4 or goes away from c4, then White can start by pushing the pawns forward, d4, and then hopefully c4. And these pawns in the center, they can give you more space and some threats.
Exactly, you're right. So the natural move would
g6,
be g6
yes, and
probably.
we see that Bibisara made this move. And I played many actually games with Bibisara in this Alapin line with c3 g6. She used to play c3 g6, knight f3, or knight f3 g6 c3, and then developing the bishop to g7. She tends to like this development a lot. Now we have to consider moves such as knight a3, and because another idea, like one idea is connected with playing b3, but another idea might be connected with playing knight b5 at some point. But here I think, yeah, white is a little bit late, like bishop g7 and knight b5. I'm not really like helping myself, because then the queen can move away and attack the knight, maybe even to
Maybe on d5?
No, to
Oh,
d5
sorry,
it will be a
c6,
little bit
yes.
too generous, yes, but somewhere.
You're right.
And then, yeah, we didn't really, achieve anything.
Exactly.
So maybe the plan with, now it's about choosing the right plan. We see that the engine still gives a small advantage to white, but it's really, really minuscule, and you really need to know what to do. I would, as I mentioned, expect something like b3, knight e3
B3,
connected
yes.
one way or another. But now I'm thinking maybe she played d4. Yeah, d4 is an option, of course, because if black just keeps the pawn on d4 alive, it's quite an advantage, quite an achievement for white. So c takes d3 is almost en passant. Yeah, taking the pawn en passant is almost automatic.
Yes, they play this.
Yeah, she did play that, but that kind of brings to us another pawn structure. Not an isolated pawn that you mentioned, not b3 and then trying to set up this beautiful pawn chain in the center that I was rooting for. Yes, white has another setup, another structure, but once again, the question is what she's going to do after bishop g7, because her king is on f1. And her play should be connected with h4 probably now. But it looks very, quite slow and
Yes.
too optimistic in a way.
And maybe black can offer to trade the queens.
Once again, for some reason, I
neutralize the
felt
attack.
that exchanging queens, even though we know that Maria needs to win, it's not such a bad thing for white. Because with the king on f1, I mean, after the queens exchange, it was like there was a clear plan to follow. Playing b3, playing d4, bringing the knight via a3 closer to the center, and somehow it felt easier to exchange the queens. But she opted for a more challenging way, more challenging approach, connected with a very, strange looking move, king f1. Yeah, we usually are very afraid of such moves, because then the king cannot castle anymore, and if you cannot castle, that means you cannot coordinate the rooks, and there are many disadvantages to these situations. And of course, when you make such a decision, it should be then it becomes more challenging in terms of you need to be precise. But once again, okay, let's see how the game unfolds. Knight b to d2, protecting probably the square to c4, not to give black this possibility. But now, okay, black is gonna castle. Well, I'm expect to see castle, or play knight c6 first and then castle.
Yes, both are
we
very
can-
natural moves.
Knight c6, yeah, she prefers to keep the king on e8 just yet, because if she castles immediately, then these games with h4 suddenly can start be unpleasant. But if she plays knight c6, of course, white can still play h4. But in that case,
There's no objective here.
not yet. The king is not here yet, and that's why it's a little bit useless. Yeah.
Is this an option to go long castle? But she doesn't need to complicate the game like this.
Yes. Well, what's happening right now? Trying very hard to put all her pieces closer to the inside. In case something starts happening. In case like this knight g5, h4, or then knight h7. Yeah. But it looks like I have doubts that this attack might become dangerous. The king on f1. If the king would be castle, it would be another story. But now the king is on f1, and white needs at least three more moves, I think, while black is doing nothing, to make this attack actually
Yeah, the rook d8 is coming. And we have to move the queen again. I'm not a big fan of white pieces.
and waits and does nothing. something, then we might see something happening. But for the moment, yeah, she plays knight c5. She goes in a completely different direction to what I expected to see, and it just doesn't look very good for
Promising, yeah.
indeed, because yeah, I can play queen c4.
Exactly.
I don't see any problem with exchanging queens. She can play d5. She can play differently. Yeah?
Yes.
Try to even queen d6 might be an option. Okay, but queen c4 is the most logical way to offer this queen's exchange.
She just played queen c4.
Yes, and even in the endgame, you still need to develop pieces. You still need somehow to coordinate the rooks, and if the king goes to e2, it might the knight on f3 might get pinned after bishop g4, like after exchanging queens, of course.
Maybe she can force with bishop f5.
But I mean, okay, the king cannot, of course, step onto e2 while the queens are still on the board.
Yes, true.
The queen should be exchanged first, like queen c4, knight c4, but then.
But the knight on c5 is hanging as well.
Okay, she had to take probably because of the 8, bishop f5. There were so many strategies, but how to? That's a question. Maybe king e2 should be played after all, right? Despite the fact that black can develop the bishop to g4 and pin the knight and.
Yes, she can simplify the position. Yes.
Yeah, and simplifications are not that bad if you get a small advantage after that.
Or simply play b6 and bishop b7. Why not?
Okay,
Oh, that's
maybe
why she played
bishop
bishop
b4.
b4.
But now, okay, this bishop is clearly stopping the pawn, like black to start pushing the pawn, b6 or bishop b7, the plan that you suggested. But yeah, black can play rook d8, and actually rook d1 is a threat.
She played rook d8, yes.
Yes, she did make this move.
So now king e2 is a very natural move.
Like, I don't know what went wrong, but clearly something did not go according to the plan. Yes, and king e2, it feels like it has to be played, because white doesn't have more time. And queen e2 is the fastest way to somehow bring the rook on h1 closer to the center. It's still not connected with her colleague on a1. It's still sleeping there, and actually the bishop on c1, because of the fact that it protects the pawn on b2, it cannot just be developed very fast and very easy. And thus it makes things a little bit more complicated.
And there is no much places here to develop, because you can provoke e5 maybe.
Well, e5 is not really
even if she
succeeds bad. I mean, in terms of if black pushes this pawn, at least it might start hanging at some point.
She doesn't need to make these complications, I guess.
Yeah, but okay, no, of course not. What is similar here? The situation that the fact that black has the knight on c4, attacking the pawn on b2, and thus the bishop on c1 is kind of protecting it and cannot really be developed freely. And the same similar situation is happening for black, right? The pawn is on b7. Is protected by the bishop on c8, and we cannot just develop it. I mean, we can play bishop g4 anyway, but then the pawn on b7 is hanging. So
maybe bishop f5 would be, I don't know if you need
quite an interesting idea, but you need to calculate lines. It looks very interesting indeed, because if if white captures, yeah, and then g takes f5, knight b7. Knight takes b7, rook d5. Yes, that's a very nice idea to cut the knight.
Trapped here.
Yeah, to trap it, and now black is threatening to play rook b8 or rook b5. And once again, the pawn on b2 is kind of cannot move because the pawn on c3 will be hanging, and the bishop is protecting the pawn on b2. And if it moves away, then black captures on b2, and the pawn on c3 will be hanging. So quite an interesting move indeed. It's a very concrete move, concrete approach. we'll see what Bibisara, if Bibisara picks this approach, because
Or easier. so
F5.
knight D6.
She decides, I don't know if she even thought about it actually, because it's not a very obvious move, bishop f5. It's very logical, like
Yeah.
to finish the development, despite the fact that the pawn is hanging, but just to coordinate the rooks. And then, you know, once you have this idea, it kind of starts clicking. Yeah, you look and the knight is trapped, but you might, in a rapid game, you might not even consider it.
Yes.
Because there are so many nice looking options for black here.
Exactly. We
F5,
don't need to.
attack the best placed piece, and the bishop needs to move back.
Probably bishop c2.
Bishop d3, I think she played. Yes, she played bishop d3, but then knight e5, yeah, will come with a tempo.
With which knight? You prefer?
That's a good question. I'm not sure which one. That's why I didn't clarify. You know, I just let it be. So you can pick the knights that you like. I think both knights are fine.
I like this knight, maybe.
Okay, then let's try it out. But probably after knight takes e5, we're gonna get the same kind of
Yes.
scenario. Yeah, one way
Exactly.
or another is gonna bring us the
The
same.
problem would be after trading the pieces, we'll have b6 and bishop a6, and the king is on e2. That's not very nice.
Yes, indeed. Well, I mean, clearly, white is in trouble, and black has many options. Knight e5 is very
Exactly.
nice, but I wouldn't be surprised to see other ideas as well. But yeah, maybe she was just choosing which knight to move. But after all, I think it's the same. It brings us the same conclusion.
Yes.
Yes, so far, like Bibisara can be very happy about how the final match is going, and she didn't have like any problems in the first game. Like there was one shaky moment of converting an advantage, but since Maria didn't notice it, and it went very like well and smoothly for her. And in this game, like straight out of the opening after king f1, g6, something went like very wrongly for white. She didn't opt for the right plan, and that I must confess that does happen sometimes in the Alapin line. That if you pick the wrong plan, somehow position simplifies or even gets worse. But probably we can, you know, the same can be said about any line in the
Exactly.
Sicilian. Okay, so the knights are exchanged, and the bishop is still under attack.
Bishop c2 suggests take itself.
What you suggested, yeah, in the
Or
beginning.
maybe bishop b5. I don't know. Not sure.
I prefer to see it on c2, because then at least bishop b3, yes, we have the idea. But maybe right now it's already too late, right? If you play bishop c2, b6 will appear on the board, and after bishop b3 check, well, check is just a check. We go away to h8, and then what to do with this knight on c5, because if it moves to e6 and bishop a6, I mean, it looks very scary. I'm not sure it's the right way to proceed for black, because it does require to give up this black squared bishop on g7, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes, but quite an unpleasant choice for white right now, because she does need to protect this bishop somehow, either by moving it to c2 or to b5, or maybe playing
I'm
rook
not sure if
d1.
b5 is possible, because she can play rook d5.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look good. But bishop c2
I
is
was
also
just trying
pretty
to
shaky.
provoke a6.
Well, I was just trying to move this bishop away, actually, to tell you the truth. Maybe rook d1 after all. But then b6, actually. Oh, also doesn't look very... No, here we go, bishop c4.
yeah.
So we found
But
it.
she will just trade
But then, okay.
the knight with the bishop, and
Yes,
then she will
and
play
black just has
b6.
a much better position. Yeah, b6, e5, bishop a6, and white is in trouble. Yeah, what to do? Sometimes you need to pick the lesser evil, but it's a very unpleasant situation to be in. And once again, the time is just disappearing on white's clocks. It's flying away, and we see that Maria, well, clearly she is under pressure. She dislikes the situation. She would like to make the move faster, but when you're in a difficult situation, it's very hard to make a choice. Well, Bibisara, well, she has nothing to worry about, right? She's leading the match 1-0. She survived 2 Armageddons, and now it looks like there is not going to be another one.
So it would be a very easy task for Bibisara, having 10 minutes on the clock and easier position.
Yeah, what to do? Sometimes, of course, you want to demonstrate your best, but things just don't go your way. That happens. But okay, once again, it's the final. F4. So she did let black capture on d3, but she put the pawn on f4, and this, with the idea not letting black just play e5 freely. Okay, I still expect knight d3 happening, and then b6. Yeah. Knight d3, b6. The bishop would love to come to a6 right now.
Exactly.
Pinning the knight. Bishop e6 is another possibility to do the same thing, with the idea to play bishop c4. And once again, the same problem, right? That b3, we cannot play b3, because the pawn on c3 is under attack.
Can she play e5 simply?
You're in a very aggressive mood, aren't you?
Just simplify
b6. Once again, sometimes when you're in a very good position, you don't really need to waste time calculating those complicated lines. You know, there is a golden rule. You sacrifice when you really must.
Exactly.
Like, you don't sacrifice if you don't need to. And I think that's exactly the position when you don't need to. Knight e5, I think, was played, but actually after bishop e5, like, there is no way white is gonna win this one. Just no way. Opposite colored bishops are on the board.
Yeah.
Black is still in a much better situation. Probably it's not the strongest move, capturing on e5. And black can try to improve the position by playing bishop a6, rook d5, and keeping 2 bishops advantage. But once again, in Bibisara's situation, you know, when she is just leading the match, capturing on e5, leaving opposite colored bishops on the board. Yes, the rooks are still there, I know. Yes, the rooks are still alive, thus it's not a dead draw on the board yet, but still, I mean, it's so pleasant.
I would even try rook d5,
bishop a6, king f7, king e6, rook d8, I mean, you name it. It's so easy to play, because she's since she's controlling the d file, in order to find a game, some kind of play, white will need to put her rook on the d file as well. But once she makes this move, rook d1, then all rooks will be exchanged, and it will be just very, very drawish. Well, she's taking her time. I wouldn't, it would be too much to resist. I think I would just simply capture on e5 and then see how my opponent is trying to play for a win. But yes, it's tempting if you have an advantage to look for more options, such as g5, for example. Yes, if we're in a very with or without bishop e6.
But I don't like it because.
Yeah, you can play rook d7 after that. You mean then you capture on... yeah, that's true. Then you need to calculate. Maybe rook
d7?
d7, yes. I was thinking about bishop a6 and rook d6, but it's too much. The pawn on f5 will be hanging anyway.
Okay.
But once again, you need to calculate something, and it's possible to do. But for us, lazy players, who just see this good option and not looking for the best one. Yeah, there are different approaches to play a game. One approach that I think Capablanca suggested, or I don't remember, I think it was Capablanca. When you see a good move, try to look for a better one. And another approach, if you see a good move, just make it.
So, whose approach is it?
The
When
first
you
one
see
is if you see
the
a good
second one.
move, you look for a better one.
Yeah,
So
but the second one without
just make
purchasing?
if you see a good move, just make it. Just make your life easier. So bishop b7, Okay, but she can still capture on e5 at any moment. And actually, I think she is considering to play g5. For example, if white protects the pawn by playing king f2, she can now play g5 and there is no knight c6. I will see if I'm right or not. King f2 is on the board. And, no, knight f3. Okay, now she cannot capture on e5 anymore. You see. Still quite a pleasant endgame for black, of course.
She has two bishops.
Two bishops doubling the rooks on the d file. Playing h6, king f7 is also another nice plan to suggest. But I think just playing faster in general would be good. It's always a tricky question, in a rapid game, what to do in terms of time management. Because if you play too fast, you might make inaccuracies, and that can lead you to just difficult situation. But if you're taking too much time, then it also may backfire. So it's always good to be somewhere in the middle. It's always good to put pressure on your opponent on the clock, but at the same time not to be too fast. Because, it depends. There are some players who just play very fast, some who play very slowly. And it's so individual that there is no right and wrong, but whatever works for you, I think. You really should go... there are many advices in the world, in the chess world as well, but unless those advices are good for you, they're really just useless. So hard to suggest what to do. And if you're a player, it's your choice, it's your decision, and we should respect it, I think. But the time is pretty equal now. Does she regret?
Probably.
Does Bisara regret of not taking on e5? Because once again, after bishop e5, the play would be so easy, and I can make dozens of moves without thinking. But here as well, it doesn't look very complicated. You can improve your position in any way you like. Bishop e4 also looks nice, but h6, just in general, I think is quite useful. To protect the pawn, the square on g5, and to prepare king f7, because you do want to bring it to the center. Rook d5. Okay, she does put the rook on d5, which is also fine.
Doubling the rooks. Or rooking and I.
Yeah, she might play
e5
at some point. Once again, maybe she realized that actually exchanging this knight would have been better in some way, and now she wants to play e5. Then if she does play e5, then white will need eventually to capture an e5, and thus it will bring us the same kind of exchange. Okay, rook d8. Hard not to make this move. Bishop e3, I think, will be played. No, rook e1. She keeps the bishop on c1. Because once, yes, but the rook is on a1, bishop on c1. It's still there, it's still on the board, and it still needs to be, something needs to be done. But rook e1 probably is nicer in a way that it attacks the pawn, and king f7 now is still not possible because of knight g5, because black did not find time to play h6 to protect the square on g5. Of course, h6 is more like a prophylactical move.
She's trying just fixing
bishop
the pawn.
f6. I mean, you can protect it.
To not.
Yes, in general, she
should
want to play e5, because the pawn on e7 is weak, right? It's a weakness, and that's why white played f4 a few moves back to secure this king side and to be able to attack this pawn on e7.
She can play bishop f6.
Yes,
maybe.
Nothing is wrong with that. Nothing is wrong with either move, but the only thing that might be a little bit worrying, at least for me, it's the time. 3.5 minutes.
We should
left.
remind that Bibisara, she was 3-time world champion,
Blitz
Blitz champion.
Yes. But okay, Blitz is a little bit, it's a different game than Rapid. And of course, she's extremely good on seconds.
Yes.
So she won't, start blundering right away if she has 10 seconds left, or
Yes.
if she is gonna play on increment. But why to put yourself in this situation? That's another question. And as we've already mentioned, mistakes happen when you're under time pressure. I mean, they happen all the time, and it's been a long day for the players. They started playing at 2 p.m. Central European time, and now we're 8:30, and they're still playing, and they've been playing non-stop, considering Babisara was playing non-stop, considering 2 Armageddons. Maria managed to win her first match faster, but once again, it's not easy, but nobody said it would be easy. And let's see what the end of this game are gonna bring to us. I still want to see the king on f7, coming to f7 at some point. Rook d7. Okay, she's changing the direction, but actually, why not? I mean, it's white who needs to win, right?
Yes, exactly.
But you know how it's happening. At first, you don't have any problems at all, and your position is even better, but then somehow you kind of lose it. You lose this initiative, you lose time, and you start making inaccuracies, and you start disliking what you're making, and things just start going the wrong way.
A4.
A4, okay, why not? She needs to create some targets to attack. And clearly bishop on a3, looking at the spots on b6 and a7, putting the pressure on this diagonal, connected with the a5 breakthrough, looks very nice. And actually the rook on a1 suddenly is playing, despite the fact that it hasn't moved yet.
Exactly.
It hasn't moved in this game. Okay, well, at least some tension is rising, and of course for spectators it's always exciting to see some excitement because straight out of the opening the position was so incredibly pleasant for Babisara that it was hard to believe that anything can happen, any tension. I would be so incredibly happy if I were white here. But of course, the position is not lost. It's far from being lost for black. It's not even under any...
Yes, she simply played bishop b4 to connect the pawn with her rook. Does she want to play b5 or no? I don't know.
After a5, it might be, but she might also just play something like rook b8, putting pressure on this b2 pawn. But in general, a5 and letting white play a6, it's already a big achievement for white.
Yes.
So if you
I
see the
agree.
pawn on a6 somehow, there are these
gives
ideas
some
connected
hope.
with bishop b6 and who knows what. So I'm a little bit surprised actually to see Maria thinking, because a5 looks so natural and so automatic, and you do want to put pressure on the clock.
Exactly.
And
That's very
Babisara,
natural.
she has been playing very, very slowly, starting from the moment she didn't capture on a5. She did think for a long time and didn't capture, and so I mean, it looks nice. And the last move definitely, clearly improved white's hopes. They're still not enormous, and there is still a lot of work to do to get real chances to fight for winning in this game. So we're a very long way ahead from seeing those chances on the board, but at least there are some, right?
Yes. Probably she wants to play a5, b5. After a6, she wants to play b4.
Yes,
don't
and
like
a5
the
is not on the
A6.
board. Rook e2 is on the board. I mean, it looks very slow. Why? What didn't she like after a5? It would be interesting to. It would be interesting to see. But okay. The life goes on, the game goes on. Back to d5. Babisara does like the square a lot for the rook. Somehow she feels
Centralize the
safe for the rook to be there. Well, maybe there is a reason behind it, because there is no light squared bishop for white in the position anymore. It's gone. So there are no threats of bishop b3, such as bishop b3 or bishop b4. Okay, capture the knight. Another possibility. But okay, here of course I dislike it more compared to the situation when black was able to capture on e5. Because here at least the structure, after bishop takes d4, the structure remains the same, and the d file is closed, and then h3, g4 is a plan. So I don't expect to see bishop takes d4 on the board, and we don't see it.
e5.
That's the move that you've been rooting for. And once again, it's a very logical decision to get rid of this weakness. Why to have it on the board and to give white chances to put pressure and to attack it.
Knight c6 maybe, or no, fe5 first. Yes, she played fe5.
Rook takes e5.
Rook takes, yeah.
Knight
And
c6 is not possible yet, just yet.
to avoid knight c6.
But okay, at least now they are starting to play faster, because time is running out, and even though the players do get additional 10 seconds every move they make, but 1 minute, 2 minutes, still not long time left to think, and it feels like white needs to find something, and she did lose the momentum. I mean, I don't know why she didn't play a5. I don't know what was wrong with this move, but it looked like it had to be played, and now what's next? Yes, it feels like she needs to move the knight in order to put the bishop on d4, but how, where to put it? To b5?
Maybe b5.
There are gonna be bishop d3, problems. Oh, bishop d3 doesn't work immediately, probably because of rook d2 or rook d1. I don't know, something.
Yes, rook d2. No, rook d2, we can simply exchange on b5.
Ah, sorry, the rook is protected. Yes, that's true. So probably after knight b5, bishop d3
even that,
is possible.
that will open up the line here.
But once again, black should not be against exchanges, yeah? We exchange pieces, so there are fewer pieces left. And time, Maria is already lower on time, like it's 1 minute. It's 1 minute, and what to do?
Hesitating too much.
Well, it's not about hesitating. It's actually about trying to find any chances. I mean, she did very well, actually. She did manage to put some pressure and some tension, but now she's in a difficult situation still. Knight b5 was not possible. She was willing, actually, to make this move, but then probably realized that it's not working. Sometimes, when you're spending a lot of time, it's not about hesitation, it's just about the fact that, like, you dislike something in the position. You cannot find a good way to proceed, and you don't want to make any move because you still want to put some pressure, right? You want to keep this tension on the board. Okay, rook d7. It's the first time in a long, I think, in a very long...
Now, Bibisara, I guess, wants to show some Litsa skills.
Well, she started to play faster. H4. Maria is playing well. I mean, considering the fact that her position is quite unpleasant to play, but she's been playing well. And she's been holding this pressure on the board. It still feels like she needs to make a few more moves, few more decisions as fast as possible to leave Bibisara with as few time as possible. Because, well, the position is still pretty solid for black.
Yes.
And in order to force the player of Bibisara's level to make mistakes, you really need something extraordinary to happen. And having a few seconds on the clock, that's clearly a definition of an extraordinary situation. And still, it might not be enough. Are we gonna see this capture on d4? Bishop takes d4. Knights are pretty dangerous creatures.
She cannot recapture with the bishop because rook f3 is coming.
Yeah, they're It
Why
might be
not?
the
Yeah.
moment, just to capture it, to force c takes d4, and then play rook d5, back to her favorite spot. But then rook c1.
No, she
Right.
can.
Mhm.
She can play a5 as well, right?
Yes,
After exchanging.
Yes, there are many
here.
moves that she can do. Yeah, she can make, yes, for sure. But actually, another very nice move to make would be rook c7. To put the rook after bishop d4, of course. Bishop d4, c takes d4, and then rook c7. Because after after this exchange, there is just one open file, and it shifted right from D to C. So, and it's very important to keep control of the only open file on the board. So I like rook c1. I think it's a very good positional move. I might be mistaken.
She has only 17 seconds on the board.
Oh my
On the
god,
clock.
10. And she did capture.
Finally,
Okay.
she captured.
But once again, you know, she is very, calm to leave herself with so little time. Rook b3, but yeah, rook b3. Then rook c1. Rook c1. The problem with rook c1 is that white rook leaves the pawn on a4 unprotected, and it can be attacked by b4. a5. Finally we see this pawn on a5, but actually after a5, b takes a5,
It's too
and
late,
rook
I guess.
b7. I mean,
Yes.
are there any chances? I mean, we can just watch and see the players. Yes. Like more pawns are getting exchanged. Closer we are to this
It's a very
completely
drawish position.
drawish position. Yeah, not even rook b7, not even letting the pawn on d5 move for the moment. Because once again, how to activate the rook on a2? The rook on a5 is brilliant. It's very active, but white wishes to have the second one on a2 to, I don't know, to at least be able to attack something. Because right now, like, it's not clear at all how white can improve the position. She should need.
That's interesting.
to
She didn't
rook
play
c5.
rook b7. She played king
But
f7.
she thought that she doesn't need to be in a hurry. Okay. The
Bishop
game is over.
d3.
Yes, a blunder. Yeah, that comes, and I think Maria is
I
just
guess
going to
Bibi Sara
resign.
was counting in
So
this kind of moments.
sometimes just improving the position without. Yeah, and here we go, 2-0. So Bibi Sara wins the final very convincingly with 2-0, and thus she wins the tournament. She wins the rapid portion of the WR Chess Women's Chess Tour 2026 Europe leg in Saint-Tropez. It was a very long day, and I think Bibi Sara will join Fiona in the playing hall for the final interview. But right now, if we have a chance to have a look at the table, at the bracket, the final brackets, that would be nice. Or if we'll get this chance to do it after her interviews, that's also fine, just to remind our spectators how it all started and how it ended. In any case, I hope that you enjoyed this long and exciting day with many interesting games and tense matches. Unfortunately, yes, it ended with a blunder, but when under pressure, such things happen. And once again, congratulations to Bibi Sara Subaeva. And tomorrow is going to be even a more exciting day, because tomorrow the Blitz portion is going to start. And with the same knockout format, all 8 players are going to restart from scratch, and we'll see who's gonna win. I also would like to remind our spectators, I'm not sure if you had a chance during this broadcast, that the 2 best players of this leg of considering, like, taking into account both the rapid and the blitz portion, will be invited to the grand final in November in Germany. Yes, it's going to happen. So there are a lot of there is a lot of prizes, and also this invitation are at stake. So the players know that they are fighting for something very particular, and of course they want to win these tournaments as always. They want to show their best, and they want to qualify. There have been 3 legs so far, so this one is the final leg of this 2026 tour before the grand final. So 2 best players from each leg are going to get those invitations, and hopefully we're gonna see all of them at the end of the year in Germany, fighting for the crown of the WR Women's Chess Tour 2026. Yes, but for now, let's see if they're ready for the interview. Hopefully they are. And
right before this tournament, we had the Mozambique, right?
yes,
Something
Maputo. So this tour started in Tokyo in June 6, 7, as the first leg, Asia leg. Then it was followed by Punta Cana in Dominican Republic, the second leg. Then Maputo, Mozambique, just before that. The Africa leg actually happened just a few days before this one. And finally, last but not least, the Europe leg is still taking place. So I think Fiona and Bibisara are ready in the
Yes, they
playing
are ready
venue.
for the interview.
So, yes, so let's listen. Okay.
Very much. It feels very good. I'm tired a little bit because firstly I thought like it will be much easier, but in general I'm happy.
Let's start with the last match, the final against Maria. Things got off to a good start for you in the first game with the white pieces. It looked like you had some prep in store and it worked really, really well.
Yeah, it was my prep and I already played it, but she didn't know because it was, I think, rapid game, and it's very good not only for rapid because it's very hard for black to play, and yeah, I have big advantage by time and then converted to the win. And second game I think was more or less equal.
It seemed like you were in control, so maybe not too much stress for you in the second game, too much pressure?
Yeah, firstly I thought like I have very pleasant position, but then I think I made a few stupid moves and then I stopped liking my position, but it's still I think around equal and I wasn't very in dangerous situation.
In the quarterfinal and the semi-final, you actually went to Armageddon both times. The first match against Pitts, you won the first game, then lost the second. And against Nino in the semi-final, it was actually all draws. The draw was all you needed with black. Tell us a little bit about your thoughts on each of those matches.
Yeah, I think first match I won good first game, but then I have some problems after the opening, and in time trouble I was just panic and in equal position blundered. The Armageddon went very well for me in the first match, and in the second match, first game I have very tough game. I need to defend the whole game, but in general, in the end, I even have a winning
One
position.
winning shot, right?
Yes, but it was equal match, and even Armageddon ended in a draw. So yeah.
You are, of course, the reigning World Blitz Women's Champion, three-time Women's Blitz World Champion. Yet today you dominated the Rapid. Are you looking forward to playing Blitz tomorrow? And is Blitz your favorite time control?
Yes. Well, let's see how I will play tomorrow. I have a little bit jet lag after the Karen's Cup, but with this shape, I'm happy how I played today.
I think so far in the first three legs of the tour, the winner of the Rapid every time has ended up qualifying to the finals in Germany later this year. Was that a goal that's on your mind?
Yeah, of course, but I not think a lot about this because after the Karen's Cup I want to take some rest, and also it's a great opportunity to play some fast time controls, but in general, if I will qualify, of course I will be happy.
How did you enjoy the knockout format in the faster time controls?
I'm happy that if I lost, I can just have a relax, but if I won, okay, I will continue playing.
Well, you made it all the way to the end. And finally, tell us, how are you enjoying your time in Tropez? So far, we saw on your social media that you had a little walk around last night.
Yeah, I really like the city. And I come in here with my sister and we're just walking a lot, enjoying. The sea is amazing, the city is amazing. Actually, it was fun that I'm coming to Karen's Cup from Nice. And here I am back and I'm happy to be here.
And finally, a few words maybe about the venue. I don't know if you've ever played at a vineyard before. We're here at the beautiful
No,
Vignoble
I
Tropez.
never played, yeah, but I'm enjoying it. It's a great tournament and I don't feel a lot of stress, but I don't know why I'm tired.
Well, we will let you go and get some rest. We look forward to seeing you in the Blitz
Thank
again
you.
tomorrow,
Thank you.
and congratulations once
Thank you.
again. And back to Alexandra and Mitra to close the show.
Congratulations once again. Congratulations once again to Bibisara Sabaeva. She showed very nice games, very exciting games, and
Yes, thank you everyone for watching. Of course, we congratulate Bibisara and well, all the players as well, because they created a spectacle, they created a show, and we're looking very much forward to seeing more of this show tomorrow. So I hope to see all of you online, starting at 3 p.m. Central European Time, or live in our open studio in the middle of Saint-Tropez, France. So if you are close by, yes, you see the studio now on your screens. So you see it open. It's possible to play chess. It's possible to enjoy the show live, which of course gives an absolutely incredible atmosphere and excitement, the level of excitement. And they're not so often like it's once in a lifetime experience to show an international chess event happening and unfolding close to you. So if you are close, make sure to pass by. If not, online broadcast will be there. Thank you, Mitra, so much for following all this event live. It was a little bit hard and complicated, I understand, but I do hope that you enjoyed it, and thank you all for watching. Congrats to Bibisara Sabaeva for winning this rapid event, and see you tomorrow for the Blitz one. It's going to be exciting.
thank you so much.